Arizona, home of the Grand Canyon, and Sundays, home of the Grand Old Game. Pull up a seat. It's a great day for baseball from Chase Field as we've got the Pirates and the Arizona Diamondbacks. And welcome into the booth. Joe Block along with Bob Walk, your Sunday telecasters for this afternoon. And the Pirates coming in offensively speaking, they've been very, very good. And one of the key cogs lately has been from their bench, Sean Rodriguez.
Yeah, not only is he able to get hits and get on base, which is what everybody seems to be able to do, but Sean's really been providing some incredible power, getting the ball over the fence. He now has more home runs than anybody else on the team. It's just incredible, what he's been able to do. And the majestic home runs also that he's been hitting this year. It's really a lot of fun to watch him go out there and have this success. He always pull a little bit harder, I think, for those bench guys.
And it makes it easier for Clint Hurdle to rest some of his regulars, and of course against the lefty John Jaso not in the starting lineup today. But who is? Jordy Mercer. He'll be atop the order.
Well, the leadoff position this year has been all about on-base percentage, not about putting fast guys up there, stealing bases, nothing like that. And with a left-hander on the mound pitching against you, who better to get on base than Mercer? I mean, he's been doing that, as you were telling us earlier today, his whole career has just been tearing up the lefties. So hopefully that'll continue this afternoon.
And for the Pirates here today, it'll be Francisco Liriano getting the nod. A couple of lefties on the hill this afternoon as Liriano opposes Robbie Ray of the Diamondbacks. Pirates, D-backs coming up from Arizona here on Root Sports. Go for it today. Pirates and Diamondbacks here from Phoenix. Game 3 of this series. Francisco Liriano trying to get the Pirates a series victory.
Really like to see Francisco go a little deep into this ball game. Been really a theme for every starting pitcher we've had go out there of late, but especially true, I think, for Frankie. And Robbie Ray has done a great job for him here early in this year. And might be a tough guy to beat this afternoon, but we got our left-handed lineup out there and see what we can do. I'd like to see a couple balls fly out of this park.
Roof expected to be closed today. We shall see. And Robbie Ray is only allowed 1 extra base hit so far this season. Let's take a game break and go back to Paul Alexander. Hi, Paul. The contention, I think she's right.
Well, I don't know about that. Tacos are maybe the one kind of food that I've ate more of than anything else in my entire life. So
cheese and onion is pretty good, though. You can't put that in a taco. I guess, well, maybe you can.
Well, yeah, I do.
Let's take a look at our RAV4 lineup for this afternoon. And against the lefty today, the Pirates, of course, going with Jordy Mercer atop the order. He's been very good, especially as of late. McCutchen and then Freeze, Starling Marte, the cleanup man. Jason Rogers back in there, freshly called up. Right-handed bat. Sean Rodriguez stays in the lineup. Swinging another hot bat as well. Polanco, Stewart, and then Liriano, also a hot hitter.
Well, you look at these numbers and you can see that the Diamondbacks do have a ray of hope here today. He's off to a good start with the 196 earned run average. But how about that walk total? How's that going to work with our guys being patient?
Well, they're going to make him throw strikes.
Yeah, that's what you would think, that perhaps we can get his pitch total up real quick.
On to defense today, and Wellington Castillo back behind the plate for the Diamondbacks. Tomas Owings Drury. Peralta getting the day off against the lefty. As is Jake Lamb, the third baseman, also part of the platoon that Chip Hale has here in Arizona. Here's their first pitch of the ball game, and it is ball one to Mercer. 305 with a home run. And there's a strike. The roof is going to stay closed today. That's the plan, and we've seen it open for the first game. Opened mid-game yesterday, but we will stay insulated here. Now 2-1 on Mercer.
Had it open early on when we first got here today. They were out, guys hitting and running around doing things in the bright sunshine.
That's only 84 today.
Once they opened the gates, they closed the roof and cranked up the AC.
Mercer hits this one high down the right field line. Drury over there for the first out.
I wonder what the outfielders prefer here, as far as like having to run and track a baseball like that. Open or closed? That'd be
good question.
Interesting question. Well, because if it's open, you would think, okay, well that's good. You get the sky up there, and they're used to that. But there's a transition also. You know, when there's you got the backdrop of it, you know, coming out of that very high ceiling.
Here's Andrew McCutchen.
It's got to be a challenge.
One of the rare times that he's batting without a man on his first time around in the ball game. Chase Hill and Mercer get on quite a bit. Hey,
he wants a birthday present.
I think if he hangs around long enough, once the game's over, he might be able to oblige. Right now busy at facing Robbie Ray, and his swing and a foul back.
He's working right now.
These are Barrow League leaders. On base plus slugging against lefties career. And Andrew McCutchen, one of the very best at hitting against left-handed pitching historically. It's a rip and a miss from Robbie Ray.
Chased the breaking ball down out of the strike zone. And I think that if you look at his numbers and compare them to you know, especially what he's done throughout his career, you'll see early on here, I think Kutch has been chasing a few more pitches out of the zone than he normally does,
which is unlike what most of the lineup has done so far here in the early going.
Yeah, I haven't looked and seen anything like that, but it just seems to me that you've seen him go after some bad pitches this year that a lot of times, most of the time, he'll be a little more patient with.
Now at a 94. Yeah, McCutchen's swinging outside of the zone a little bit more than he has at any point in his career, but well located by Ray there, and Freese still behind 0-2.
Oh, that got somebody's attention in the seats back there. Watch him right behind where it says Chase Field. Look out, look out, look out. Whoa. Notice everybody sitting next to him just like me. They all laughed.
He's trying to eat a sandwich. Leave the guy alone. Yeah, just let me finish my lunch first.
Good thing that netting is there, huh?
That almost clipped Freese.
Got clipped right between the 2 and the 3. Right in his back yesterday. I don't know if you call that getting clipped or getting drilled.
Oh yeah, he got hit pretty good. Rays 1-2. Hit well to left center. And Tomas will play it off the wall. A 2-out double for David Freese. Some more good 2-strike hitting from the Pirates.
I think this ball was out over the plate, which is where you expect Ray to be throwing the ball and early in the game. He does not want to pick around and walk somebody with 2 outs, nobody on. So he went after him, and Freese was up to the challenge.
And so that equals the amount of extra base hits he's given up all season. 1.
We've doubled him.
Quite literally. So Freese on in scoring position for the cleanup man, Starling Marte. 306 with a couple of home runs. Doing a nice job in the cleanup role throughout his career, and again been in that role this season and has done well there too. Trying to pick up Freese with 2 outs.
I don't know if when he first got here I saw him as a cleanup hitter, but he's been, as you said, put in that role and done well.
He's had a couple of home runs with men in scoring position. One of those at the grand slam in Cincinnati. 1-0. Now 2 balls and no strikes. Yeah, just his numbers coming into the year, same thing. I mean, he's been statistically good. 327 as the cleanup hitter last year. And with 2 outs, he's been especially good trying to drive in those runs. 3-0. Ray having some trouble locating that fastball on the outer edge to righties. And Marte being patient. 3-0 pitch, and way outside again. Everything out there.
Oh, cluster out there, up and away.
Throwing darts, missed the board. And
well, you might think, okay, there's a base open. You know, young guy's just been called up on deck, but at the same time, you're always playing with fire. First inning, you know, you start pitching around guys in the first inning, and
Ray's walked a lot of guys, already 12.
you know, Rogers got some pop in his bat too. I mean,
He was leading the International League in slugging.
he could really, you know, make that walk hurt here if he can get a hold of one, hit a long one, and put a 3 spot up right away.
Down low, 5 straight wide ones now from Robbie Ray. And the former teammates with Segura, who robbed Rogers of a hit in his first at bat with the Pirates back on Friday. Both played with Milwaukee last season. Lockered a couple of doors down from one another. Two on with 2 out. Pirates trying to strike first. The 1-0. And up high 2-0. Well, you said it, Bob. You know, you looked at the walk number from Ray.
You would hope that this would play out this way. If Ray, he'd have a hard time because our guys are basically pretty patient. They're going to make him throw strikes.
So Mike Butcher out right away here in the first inning.
They probably had this discussion too, but before the game, before he even warmed up, was okay. You going up against a team that's got some patient hitters. They've been doing a great job with the on base percentage this year. So you're going to have to be very aggressive to the strike zone. But talking about it and executing it sometimes are 2 different things.
Robbie Ray in his 33rd major league start. He's just 24. So a lot of lessons still being taught. Freese doubled with 2 outs. Marte walked. 6 straight balls from Robbie Ray. 2-0. Taken all the way there. Just to get me over a fastball at 89. Now 2-2. Mariano waiting for his chance, hoping he'll have a lead. Two from Ray. Now full. And Sean Rodriguez, if it gets to him, who has homered in each game of this series, lurking on deck. That's what I really like about this Pirates offense too, is if they don't get a pitch to hit, they'll turn it over to the next guy because they feel everybody in the lineup can do it. Runners go 3-2. We get another chance.
Really can wear down a starting pitcher, I'll tell you that. You have to go out there and face an entire lineup of a bunch of patient guys.
Talk about good left-handers in a Diamondbacks uniform. A Hall of Famer Randy Johnson, number 51, retired here.
Pretty intimidating.
What if he came out to the mound right now and had a word with Mr. Ray? 3-2, swinging a foul back. But he was also a guy, you know, especially he didn't really make his way to the major leagues until he was older than Robbie Ray is now, before he was established with Montreal, and he walked a lot of guys.
I remember his first game against us, and there was no inkling there that he was going to be as good as he was. I mean, he was a big, tall guy, he had a decent arm, but there was nothing really special about him.
Diminished the walks and
didn't have a lot of command of anything.
Yeah. 3-2 again. Rogers takes a close one. That loads the bases.
We might have caught a call on here. That's a very close play.
That's a good eye right there to take that on with 2 strikes.
Well, the computer says it was a strike.
Marvin Hudson, the home plate umpire.
Computer's never wrong, right? Correct?
Not in chess. Not in here. Bill Welke over at first base today, crew chief. Now Sean Rodriguez, a couple of home runs in the series. And a chance to make this one wildly in the favor of the Pirates right off the bat. Already driven in 9 runs in just 17 at bats. Base is full of Bucks with 2 outs and a strike. All this coming with 2 outs. So Robbie Ray retired the first 2 men in order. He'll be throwing his 30th pitch of the inning coming up.
And that one was a little low, and this time Ray gets the call. You think that evens it out?
Sean Rodriguez looking for his first career grand slam. Base hit could score a pair here. And he checked his swing. He held up.
Yes, he did.
He's already got a hit this year with the bases loaded. Marte runs well from second base. 2-2. Well, he's been so much more selective this year. Sean Rodriguez talking about why he already has more walks this year than last year. The power numbers have been extraordinary, and he's worked with Jeff Branson, Pirates hitting coach.
Tough to be a guy that comes off the bench and be selective when you're pinch hitting.
You want to make an impact, and you think by swinging the bat you can make an impact. Waiting for his pitch. Two and two with the bases loaded. Here it is. And they'll get an easy out. Still, Ray needs 33 pitches to get through that first inning. Work in that first that gets out of it unscathed. 33 pitches for Ray. Now the Diamondbacks, who's their Honda lineup for this afternoon. Gene Segura tied for the most hits in the league. Drury, then Goldschmidt. Tomas on a 9-game hitting streak. Then Wellington Castillo, 5 home runs in his last 6 games. Goslin, the platoon's partner in third base. Ahmed, the great defensive shortstop. And then Ray. Those 2 men ahead of Goldschmidt facing Francisco Liriano.
Frankie's numbers brought to you by Hyundai. And just like Robbie Ray, Frankie's walks very, very high. Almost 1 an inning. So that's something he has to work on starting today.
A kind of a similar philosophy for the Diamondbacks, right?
Yeah, I think it's probably every team that Francisco has faced in the last few years' philosophy. Make sure you're patient, make sure you get him in the strike zone and don't chase. And probably 80% of the teams can't do that. They all end up chasing that slider.
That one down and in.
And that, I think, are a lot of the times you see wildness from Frankie. It's because it's not like he's doing something different. I think it's because whoever he's facing is doing something different, that they're, for whatever reason, are being more patient and not chasing balls out of the strike zone.
1-2 on Segura.
Chase is a chase. That's what I'm just talking about. That's going to be key for Francisco. Get guys that swinging and missing at balls, especially down out of the strike zone. And 3 at bats for Francisco. That would be awfully nice. I guess it's just another way of me saying he needs to pitch longer.
Well, he wanted to pitch 200 innings this year. That was kind of one of his goals, and maybe still can. He, of course,
well, it's very early in the year. I mean, that's
one of his starts were brought back one, but being an opening day starter, still probably.
But his style of pitching has never been, you know, even when he's just mowing people down, never really been efficient as far as his number of pitches he throws, and that's why it's difficult for him to get up to that 200 innings mark. Now, if this was 25-30 years ago, then he'd be allowed to throw more pitches per game, and he'd get that maybe extra inning as long as he's winning, as long as he's not getting pinch hit for.
Hence the 3 at bats. Now 2-2.
And nowadays, why would you pinch hit for him?
That's true.
He's got some pretty special numbers. I think last 36 at bats, he's got 10 RBIs
and hitting .361.
Just amazing what he's been doing with the stick.
2-2 to Segura. Already 8 pitches.
Yeah, full count on the first hitter he's faced. So this is exactly what he needs to avoid today.
And Segura, who has seen new life here in Arizona, he's been a tough out.
Got a chase. Swung at ball 4. But that's when guys are taking that pitch and taking their base on balls. That's when Liriano is wild.
But sometimes easier said than done, because that slider looks like a fastball, doesn't it?
But some teams are, for whatever reason, on a given night, the hitters aren't chasing it as often, and they're jogging down to first base with the ball 4s.
So a 9-pitch at bat yields a strikeout for Liriano. Drury deep into the right field corner.
That'll help. 1 pitch, 1 out.
So the bases will be clear for Goldschmidt. And here's a look at our Quicken Loans Rocket Arms. And the Pirates leaders in strikeouts this season. Juan Nicasio with 21. And Liriano not far behind, has a chance to move ahead today. 18 whiffs. Juan went yesterday. Five innings for Juan, 4 more strikeouts. And that's why Goldschmidt, you like to have him bat with the bases empty. What a catch by the fan over the wall. Goldschmidt didn't know either. That's why you want him with the bases empty. Paul Goldschmidt with home run number 4.
Well, when we got in here looking at his numbers, I'm like, can we have these 3 games and get out of there before he gets rolling? He's absolutely one of the best players in the league, and he hasn't been hitting all that well. Opposite field home run might get him going. Was a nice little backhand. Ball barely cleared the yellow line by a couple of feet.
He's got a souvenir, and the Diamondbacks have a 1-0 lead.
That's why you bring your glove right there. You never know.
Well, look at Polanco, almost a chance here. Gosh, who hits that pitch with power?
He does.
Mercer. And the Diamondbacks have the 1-0 lead.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Allegheny Health Network, Health for All, and by Day Automotive. We're going to make your day. Let's go, Bucks!
Second inning, and Paul Goldschmidt does what he does best. Diamondbacks start with the lead for the first time in this series. Gregory Polanco has hit one out this weekend. That's the guy that caught that home run ball. Well, see, what I did was I stuck my glove up. Polk high.
Hey, you got to talk about it when you catch one. Wasn't the best catch we've seen here, though, on a home run ball. That was the bare hand there with the baby in your other arm.
The guy wearing the Pirates hat, of course. Two strikes now to Polanco. Polanco getting underneath that padding.
That's why he didn't catch it.
He thought he had it.
Well, he probably would have if he could have jumped up just a few more inches, but the padding stopped it.
And Ray picked apart Polanco in that event. And Goldschmidt thinks, all right, does it have enough? Does it have enough? No, rats. Oh. I have a home run. Okay.
Yeah, probably something that he's thinking, maybe, okay, that opposite field home run, maybe that'll break things loose for me.
Now Chris Stewart. Ray looks a little different here in the second. After a 33 pitch first inning.
Well, if he can get a quick couple outs here, then that'll go a little ways toward being able to forget about that first inning. But it's almost like as a starter, you got one inning where you can throw a lot of pitches and still get your 6, maybe 7 in at the most. But he had to use it right away. It's like he used his mulligan on the first tee. Now,
well, we've all done that.
Now he's got to hit him straight. Well, it's called a breakfast ball. Hit 2, take the best.
Two from Ray. And he struck out both men here in the second.
Very inside corner. Well, that would change the game of baseball around. Everybody out there got a mulligan that they can use.
Now isn't that what instant replay is now with a challenge?
It's an umpire mulligan.
So it may come back. Nope.
No, didn't get there.
It almost. Is that the cotton candy vendor down there? Oh no, someone in the cleanup crew down there almost hit. There. Lady in the blue. So, yeah. Hey, look what I found. Should give it to her. She almost got hit with it. She's just doing her business.
I think it did get her on the rebound.
And it gets by Goldschmidt.
You just can't get Lariano out. That's how good he's hitting. Gold Glovers can't even catch balls just rolling along the ground. Thought Buckner was going to catch this one, and somehow it got by him.
Should have brought in Stapleton. That's got a lot of English on it. Wow. That's a Gold Glove first baseman over there.
Yeah, he's one of the very best. He looked rather foolish on that one.
He'll be assessed an error. Remember those billiards videos they used to hawk on TV years ago? You know, they do all the fancy things with the ball. That's how that ball was spinning.
What do you call that? The Masse or Masse?
Yeah.
Masse shot?
Liriano finds a way to get aboard every time he bats, doesn't he?
Just curve it around things with the cue ball.
Well, the Pirates had a little uprising with 2 outs in the first. Let's see if they can extend this inning. Yeah, you know, Ray had kind of worked through the first 2, no big deal, and then 4 more men he had to face. It was 33 pitches, and Tyler Wagner was already getting up in the Diamondbacks bullpen in that first inning.
Well, he should be in the dugout right now, not having to throw more pitches to Mercer. I mean, that's could be a very important error to the Pirates.
He's already thrown 4 more. Mercer flat out fouled last inning. Two. Ray's thinking, how come these guys don't swing on a 2-strike pitch like that?
They don't swing at balls. Just strikes.
And a base hit. Maybe another 2-out uprising here.
Right down the middle.
So by taking the 2-2, Ray knows he's got to come in with one, right?
Yeah, he just decides that, okay, I'm going to go. I'm not going to take a chance on walking anybody. I'm going right down the middle, and he hit a ground ball. It just happened to be in the hole. Could have been the third, could have been the short. That's how the game works.
But now he's got to face McCutchen with 2 men on. A 2-out error opening this chance. Ball that just squibbed underneath the glove of Goldschmidt. One-0. Castillo's got to have a word. Robbie Ray off to a good start this season. And really off to a good start in each of his first 2 innings, but finding that 3rd out's been elusive. Robbie Ray over 50 pitches. Pirates would like to get the equalizer here.
Well, when Kutch is right, he's not missing that one. That one is hard of the plate, belt high.
You talk about what the Pirates have been able to do offensively, and you know, McCutchen's done all right. He's still ahead of where he was last April, but imagine if he's what he typically does with his team.
Where
would
he's
be doing
normally
right
at. You know, the 300 batting average and several home runs.
He'll get there. Always does. Robbie Ray had 56 pitches through 2 innings. weekly edition of Inside Pirates Baseball, and Dominican players are a major force in Major League Baseball and in the Pirates clubhouse. The Renegades of the Rotunda, an integral part of PNC Park's atmosphere, and much more. IPB, presented by Allegheny Health Network, tonight after postgame, right here on Root Sports. Maybe first game. Lots of Pirates fans here in Phoenix. And Goldschmidt hitting a home run, but also that ball swimming underneath his glove, extending that inning. It's
went up to Ray and kind of apologized to him, but I don't think Goldschmidt has to apologize too much. Over what he means to this team, the things that he does over the course of the season. But that it does show, you know, what a good teammate he is. Went right into his pitcher and the young guy and said, "Hey, it's my bad. Sorry about it. Cost you some extra pitches on a day where that's going to turn out to be an issue, but can't do anything about it now. Got to turn the page."
So the good news for the Pirates, 1-1, and it's now 2-1, is that they've extracted so many pitches, but they haven't been able to crack anything yet. There's Mark Grace, longtime Diamondbacks player and coach.
An excellent first baseman, great hitter.
And a birthday hit for Castillo.
Now batting, third baseman number 15, Phil Gosselin.
Liriano on the other side of things, you know, he's been decent with the pitch count through that first inning plus, but on the wrong side of the ledger at the moment. That's a good bunt. And a good job by Rogers to hang on the bag.
Yeah, that I think that was kind of a little bit of a question there for a moment of whether he was going to be able to keep his toe on there. He had to reach a long ways.
Rogers is 6'1".
Looked like he kept it on there just fine. Diamondbacks had time called. They were deciding whether they wanted to challenge that or not.
Now, Rogers says he feels most comfortable over there at first base. He's played some third in the minors as well, but first is his best spot. Just called up the other day from Indianapolis. Nick Ahmed
had a good spring with the glove. Rogers did.
Yeah, even at third too, but primarily going to be a first baseman, I would imagine. But has swung the bat well in his rookie year last year with the Brewers. Came over in an offseason trade. And the last man cut before camp broke.
And then they went down with a great attitude and hit the heck out of the baseball right back.
Same thing happened with him with the Brewers last year too. Got sent down to start the year, hit a ton, came right back up and was up for most of the rest of the year. And with all the left-handed pitchers the Pirates are due to face here, Clint Hurdle wants a right-handed batting first baseman, and though David Freese has worked out extensively over at first base, still has not played there in a game in 5 years, so he's elected to go with Rogers. Now 3-0 on Ahmed. Four-pitch walk to the number 7 hitter. Two men on for Chris Owings coming up.
Pirates just aren't throwing the strikes that they were last season when it comes right down to it. And I think if you want to know what the difference has been so far, it's just simply that. And that stat sheet really reflects it.
Tough to double up. There's one, and they can't get him. Owings runs well. They get the one out at second.
Always difficult double play to go around the horn like that. And you get somebody that can run. Doesn't happen very often.
Rodriguez at shortstop yesterday, at second today. He's started in right field in this series. That slide also helping make matters worse for Rodriguez. So the pitcher, Robbie Ray, 125 career batter. And 2-0 on the pitcher. When you face the pitcher, did you use that maybe to kind of tune up some other pitches sometimes? I mean,
no.
Maybe not with 2 men on, but
No, ever. No.
You were just trying to get the out, huh? I mean,
yeah.
You might.
I use that as an escape hatch to get out of an inning, like he did here. That's what you use that spot for, or to pad your strikeouts, because I could never strike anybody out but a pitcher.
2 left for the Diamondbacks.
The Pirates and the Arizona Diamondbacks here at Chase Field. I'm Robbie Mikowski. Well, exactly 1 month ago yesterday, baseball lost one of their legends, both as a player and as a broadcaster, when Joe Garagiola passed away at the age of 90. The hallways outside the broadcast booth here at Chase Field are lined with the photos from his career, and the Diamondbacks broadcast booth is actually named in his honor. The former catcher played 3 of his 9 big league seasons for the Buccos from 1951 to 53 before he embarked on a broadcast career that would last almost 60 years. In 1991, he won the Ford Frick Award for Excellence in Broadcasting. He received the Buck O'Neil Lifetime Achievement Award back in 2014. So Joe and Bob, you know, Joe Garagiola, I'm sure you guys know quite the history that he has, and quite a tribute here at Chase Field to a man who left quite an impact on baseball fans all over the country.
Yeah, that is to be sure. I certainly remember watching him on the Game of the Week.
Yeah, that's, you know, back in the day, that was the game for the week. It wasn't the TV coverage that there is now.
Yeah,
you definitely look forward to that.
There was one game, and you know, I think he helped teach me the game. He and Vin Scully worked together a number of years. And Freese already with a double tonight. He's going to have another extra base hit as that one banged over the wall. So David Freese has more extra base hits off Robbie Ray than the rest of baseball did coming into this season.
Well, Robbie Ray is going to have another challenge this inning, leadoff double. Nothing easy for him. They're not going to take any pressure off of him. He's hoping to have a 1 or 2 innings where he's out there and he doesn't have to throw very many pitches, so he can stay in this game a long time. Right away, he's going to have to go to work now. Tying run, just a single away.
Marte starts with a strike. So the first 2 innings, the Pirates had to try to get everything going with 2 outs. And there's a base hit into center field. Freese will be held at third without anybody out. Owings throws pretty well from center, converting shortstop. Playing it safe here in the 3rd inning.
Just a little off the end of the bat. Freese got a great jump off there. If there's 2 outs, there would have been no doubt he would have been able to score. But with nobody out, see how Freese read it? He was off to the races immediately. They've set up shop now.
Jason Rogers with a chance. Worked an 8-pitch at bat for a walk in the first. And Rogers down in the International League, he was the top slugger, led the whole AAA league in slugging percentage. Just was torching pitchers down there.
Well, his style certainly fits in with everybody else here. Just nice and patient.
Yeah, didn't chase a whole lot. Worked as primarily as a pinch hitter last year with the Brewers, and so, you know, as a rookie, you have to have good at bats if you're going to stick around as a pinch hitter.
And had a great year at it.
Chasing a bit there. Very inviting high fastball.
One of the better pinch hitters in baseball last season.
Jaso getting the day off against the lefty, as he will most of the time. So who's the platoon partner? Right now it's Jason Rogers. 2 on, nobody out. Marte running. This one hit deep to left. Tomas can't get to it. Freese is in to score. Marte running on the pitch is in to score. And Jason Rogers lugging into third with a triple. And the Pirates have the lead 2-1. How about that for his first hit as a Pirate?
Yeah, that'll really kind of make him relax a little bit, wanting to get that first one out of the way, and he does nice damage with it. They're kind of, you know, playing him over the other way a little bit. This ball was hit very, very high. Rogers doesn't quite have the hand sign down yet.
Yeah.
You're supposed to give after a big hit.
2-run triple. Bucks on top. Here's Sean Rodriguez. Still nobody out. And you go back to the first 2 innings, Bob, and even though the Pirates didn't score, you accumulate 56 pitches through 2 innings. I'm sure that fatigues us.
Sure, absolutely.
.1-0 from Ray. Now Marte moving on the pitch. Reading it right. Kept tailing away, so once he saw that ball was going to get down, he was in position to score.
You know, that great speed he has, he's got the luxury of being able to go around second base, knowing he can still easily get back to first if it is caught. That's the secret of how fast he is right there.
Enabling Rogers to get to third.
It's that special pink water.
There's a base hit with the infield in. Sean Rodriguez drives in another, and the Pirates lead 3-1.
Tell you, that wasn't just a little bleeder somewhere. He hit the heck out of that ball.
Now 10 RBIs in 19 at bats.
It's a bullet.
So the Pirates with 4 straight hits to start the 3rd inning. You know, you can liken it to boxing. You know, the body blows add up. Not quite a knockout punch. But the Pirates are getting some cuts in now.
It's a good way to think about their offense. That they pretty much just kind of go to the body most of the time. Early in the ball game, they're not out there head hunting.
Tyler Wagner's got to get up again.
They just want to wear you down. Of course, that wasn't the story first night here. Not only they hit home runs, they hit just mammoth shots.
Farthest home runs in baseball this year. Little dribbler by Polanco. It moves up Rodriguez.
It's okay. Productive.
Ends up being that way. That's the first out. The Pirates have done a good job at. You can see all the sweat accumulating in the cap of Robbie Ray. He's had to work really hard. This is with the roof closed and 72 degrees here. He's laboring.
It's a dry 72.
Yeah, it's Stewart struck out looking last inning. Ray's next pitch will be his 70th. Jason Rogers with a 2-run triple. Rodriguez standing at second after his run-scoring single. And now 2-0 on Stewart. Already 10 RBIs for Sean Rodriguez. No wonder Clint Hurdle's put him in the lineup every day of this series. You might see some action at Coors too. How valuable is that to have bench players that all contribute?
Well, let him pitch, just keep his bat in there.
I mean, think about, you know, Rodriguez. Stewart's in there today. He's been contributing offensively. Jason Rogers brought in. We've just seen him in a very short period of time contribute. So to have all those guys, you know, you give it a day off, you don't feel like you're losing a lot.
Yeah, and all those guys are kind of interchangeable. There's so much versatility between these players, where they can go and play different positions. And that is by design. That's the type of player that the Pirates like. It's like being able to throw Cervelli at first base the other day. I mean, you can really get a lot of pieces you can move around.
Rodriguez at second with 1 out. Ray behind Stewart, 3-0. He's going to look at one.
When you get Jung Ho back, then that just adds another guy that can play 3 different infield positions. But he can play third, short, second, doesn't matter.
He'll probably stay at third with the injury this year, is what the Pirates have said. But in future years, or if he does show the ability,
yeah, I think
be more
if
mobile.
he shows that he's just like last year, he'll play wherever they need him. They really don't have.
Stewart drives this one to right. Drury. And Rodriguez will move to third. So a couple of outs, but they're productive.
But Jung Ho, when he's here, he's the only other shortstop on the team. You know, without Figueroa here. You know what I mean?
Well, Rodriguez played there last night.
But he's not a short. I'm talking about a shortstop.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Not a guy that can't play there, but a guy that comes up.
You can put Freeze at short. You can put Jay Hay at short. But Jung Ho is actually a shortstop.
Understand.
So that gives you another guy that's now not as good a defensive shortstop as Mercer is, but still it's another one of those interchangeable pieces you can move around.
Let's see if Liriano can drive in the run. Had an RBI in each one of his starts, right? 3 of them. Reached on an error last inning.
Knocked the first run into the Major League Baseball season.
That's a trivia question that I won't soon forget. Rodriguez singling home Rogers. Came up with that 2-run triple. One-two pitch. Pirates get 3. And Jason Rogers with the big blow. His first hit as a Pirate. And the Bucks on top. Have the lead 3-1 here in Arizona. Jason Rogers coming through with a 2-run triple. First hit as a Pirate. Look at some Point Park tweets. Mr. Rogers, a beautiful day in the neighborhood. Zach loves some Jason Rogers. Sure. Triple for Rogers, and Bucks on top.
And we'll see if Francisco can make use of those runs now and keep that pitch count of his down and stay efficient. That's going to be kind of a key thing to watch here the rest of the, well, not the rest of the game, the next few innings.
Yeah, 14 in the first, 14 in the second. That'll do.
Got a 2-run cushion now. No reason to think about picking here, picking there.
Now 3-1 on Segura. Imagine this Diamondbacks lineup. AJ Pollock hurting himself right at the end of spring training, needed surgery. And the way that Segura has kind of, at least early on, returned to form in his all-star season with the Brewers. What do you think about, well, what if it's Segura, Pollock, Goldschmidt, Tomas is hit, Castillo's got power. Now you start looking at this Diamondbacks lineup, Peralta when he's in there. That's 6 guys that are really, really tough. Strike 3 call. Segura did not agree.
He thought he had ball 4, but I think we're going to see this ball stay in the strike zone. Just nipped it.
Well, the 2-1 pitch effect showed was a strike, but it was called a ball, so ended up going that way anyway. So instead of Pollock, the Diamondbacks have had Drury and Jake Lamb in there. Lamb has actually swung the bat pretty well in that number 2 hole ahead of Goldschmidt. Now, Clint Hurdle has suggested that the batter ahead of a hitter protects them more than the batter behind it, which is, I guess, common theory that the guy that hits after you is, I don't want to pitch to him, so I better throw this guy a strike. Well, Clint Hurdle says it's the other way around, where the guy ahead of you.
Did you say why?
Well, I was curious your thoughts on that, because you could make the argument, I think, both ways. For instance, with McCutchen and Jaso. Well, Jaso's always aboard, it seems like, so now your pitcher's pitching with under more duress.
Oh, if he's on base, yeah. If you get people on base, sure, I agree with that. Well, that could be, I mean, the guy right in front of you, or 2 guys in front of you, or 3 guys in front of you also. Just as long as you have people on base, then it becomes more difficult. You've got to try and throw more perfect pitches, and that's kind of like really the deciding on the scoreboard what you're going to do. What inning is it? Are you behind by a run? Are you down a run? Those are all the little variables that go into what kind of strikes are you going to be throwing somebody.
Well, Liriano's done a nice job of retiring the 2 men ahead of Goldschmidt.
Well, you're certainly going to pitch differently to a hitter, whoever that hitter is. If you have a tying run at second base than you would otherwise.
I think that's probably the crux of the argument. So Goldschmidt hit one just over the wall and right, back of the first. And most of this series he's batted with the bases cleared. Batted with a runner aboard in the first inning yesterday. And there's a, I think that's the home run ball. That guy caught it. Let's put it on display for all to see.
Very white, is it?
At the
that one really got rubbed up well.
Yeah, the rubbing mud that they use. 3-0 pitch. Goldschmidt draws a walk. Alina Blackburn rubbing mud that baseball's used forever. And you can purchase tickets today, and the Pirates will pay for your service fees for all the games that you purchase for games now through the end of May. So don't miss out on all the great promotions, the key divisional matchups coming up. For tickets, go to pirates.com/no fees. That runs out today, so make sure you get in there if you're planning on coming out this weekend. Pirates back at PNC Park or anytime throughout the month of May. Here's Tomas, 9-game hitting streak. Grounded out his first time. Kind of pawing around down there. Are the mounds all different? I mean, they're all supposed to be uniform, but are they feel different?
I believe that they're very uniform nowadays. In the past, no, that definitely wasn't the case.
Now, how did it vary?
What was really different was, well, slopes and height. Well, what was really different in the past was the differences between bullpen mounds and your game mound. Sometimes it was just ridiculous difference to where it was tough to get used to it once you got out there. But I think baseball's done a very good job of trying to get everything, including those bullpen mounds, the same.
Goldschmidt running. We'll have to go back.
And what has helped them out too is you've gotten away from the multi-purpose stadiums
where they would have to pick up the mounds.
Yeah, the mound
so would play football.
Would sit on a big round disc, and it would be lifted out, carted off somewhere, and brought back, and it just wouldn't. You know, it'd be crumbling and falling down, falling apart. And it wouldn't all be the same size.
It's 6 tons of compacted clay. That's what the mound is.
You know, some of the mounds were.
Little flare into right. Base hit. Goldschmidt on his way to third, and he'll get in.
I was going to say some of the mounds are legendary for their height. You need a climbing gear to get up to the top of the Dodger Stadium.
So Tomas now with a 10-game hitting streak.
Pretty good pitch. He just fought it off, pushed it out the other direction.
And Goldschmidt anticipating with 2 outs, running well.
Those are the kind of hits you can give up, and it really frustrates you out there. And I think that there's some frustration we saw even before that hit from Francisco in his body language, the way he was pawing at the mound, and got us talking about that. And then you make a good pitch and jam somebody, and the one gets blooped in. And there's always a battle out there to try and stay positive and not let that negative stuff start creeping in your mind.
So Ray Searage trying to set a couple of reminders here. Tying runs aboard, but 2 outs. A guy who has homered quite a bit, Wellington Castillo, celebrating his 29th birthday. Had a base hit back in the 2nd. Did not start yesterday. Hit 2 home runs on Friday. That was with the roof open. Goldschmidt at third. Tomas at first. Now even. Liriano's 1-1. Talk about every pitcher can have that one inning where they Maybe throw a lot of pitches. Not too bad for Liriano here. This will be his 24th of the inning. Get out of it. Put a 0 up.
Hook foul.
It hits the foul pole. It's a 3-run home run for Castillo.
Tried to talk to that one. Sometimes I listen, sometimes I don't.
6 of his last 8 hits have been home runs. It was just high enough and just fair enough. Wow.
Went down and got it. Ball's knee high.
Liriano trying to steer it.
Yep. He was trying the body language. I was trying to talk to it.
And just over the wall.
Yep. I got over the wall by about 2 feet. Hit the pole.
You put it a couple feet in either direction, and he's throwing another pitch to Castillo. And the Diamondbacks have retaken the lead. Castillo with his 3rd home run of this series. And the foul pole giving him his birthday gift. If it hits below that pole, it's in play. If it's fair, off the wall.
We were talking a while ago, just for the home run, about the number of pitches that he throws per inning. A decent average is probably around 15.
Tough play for Rodriguez. Gosselin with an infield hit.
And the Pirates this year have been averaging in between 17 and 15 pitches per inning, which doesn't seem like that big of a difference, but over the course of a game, that's taking, you know, almost an inning away from the starters on average, and that has the knock-on effect on the bullpen. And this is all stuff that has been just keeping this pitching staff a little out of sync. That, you know, the bullpen has not been able to be used the way that Clinton wants to use them. He's had to make moves that he's not used to having to make.
With Jared Hughes injured, there's some guys up from the minor leagues that didn't start the year with the club.
But I think if the starting rotation starts getting into a better sync, you know, I've been saying this since really the first week of the season, that will really help out the whole situation with the bullpen.
And there aren't built-in off days like there were the first 2 weeks of the season. This is, Pirates are in the midst of 16 straight games here. And Liriano, you know, you talk about the pitches per inning. If you throw 16 or 17 per inning, that's 100 over 6. Which, okay, I mean, that's
not great, but it's okay. You can live with that.
You can always live with a 6-inning start.
Yeah.
And when you're seeing a lot of 5s, or guys even departing before the 5th,
we need some 7 and 8s to make up for those 5s that you're going to get.
No doubt.
You're not seeing that.
Cutchin able to haul that one in. So 4 straight men reach with 2 outs, and the Diamondbacks retake the lead.
It's time for the Toyota RAV4th inning. The all-wheel drive RAV hybrid has performance that will make you rethink hybrid. Let's go Bucks!
Fourth inning on its way. And Arizona has retaken the lead. Wellington Castillo with his third home run in the series. Right off the foul pole down the left field line. Well, the Pirates back to work offensively. They have had Robbie Ray on the ropes. 77 pitches for the D-backs lefty.
You would think if you can get one more inning where you get a couple base runners on and make him face 5 or 6 hitters, and that's going to be it for him. They'll be at 100 pitches and they'll make their move then. It's always nice when you can get into the bullpen a little earlier. You start getting into the bottom part of the pen where facing some guys that are more likely to give up runs.
0-2. And Jordy Mercer with another hit. Already his second today. And let's go back to our studios. Paul Alexander has a game break. Thank you, Paul. And Andrew McCutchen batting with a man on. Ray has struck him out both times today. Oh, kind of like what we saw in the opener of this series. A little back and forth with some offense early.
Yeah, it's very similar to that first game, except so far not the real long home runs.
Marvin Hudson wants to throw that ball out.
And tap on the head.
Yeah.
So the catchers wear the helmets. That is going to happen. Just every now and then somebody's going to catch him with a swing.
Castillo can't find the ball. Mercer reads it late and still gets into second base.
Yeah, a lot of times if you don't leave right away, you've lost your opportunity. But
there goes a pass ball. Oh, he can't really see it.
Wasn't sure either.
Yeah.
Looked a little like Snoopy there for a second. Yeah.
Well, better to stay put if you think you might get thrown out, right? Hard hit and off the glove of Ahmed. And Mercer gets into third. It shows you how hard it was hit by McCutchen. Ahmed, one of the better defenders in the National League, couldn't corral it.
Yeah, he's out there because of that glove of his. One of the best glove guys in the league. And too hot to handle. Well, he just whiffed on it.
And that's going to be it for Robbie Ray. Chip Hale going to pull his pitcher here in the fourth inning after back-to-back hits. See if the Pirates can get back the lead here in the fourth.
presented by the authority of the Pittsburgh Pirates and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Diamondbacks have the lead. But Robbie Ray, a couple of walks, 8 hits allowed. He is out. David Peralta is in right field on the double switch. Brandon Drury moving from right field to third. Gosselin out. And Tyler Wagner will bat in that spot, coming on for Robbie Ray.
All kinds of moves going on when you have to go to the bullpen this early. You want somebody who's going to hopefully stay out there a little while for you. You want to be pinch hitting for him right away.
So Tyler Wagner, who pitched 5 scoreless innings in San Francisco, part of the Diamondbacks sweep of the Giants, earned his first major league win on Thursday.
Well, if they win, it'll be a bullpen win.
I don't disagree with Chip Hale's decision by any means. Robbie Ray was ineffective today, but you don't see a pitcher come out with the lead very often this early in a ball game.
Yeah, it's kind of a rare thing to have somebody come out before the 5th inning while the team's leading. It doesn't. You're right. It doesn't happen very often.
But it makes sense. I mean, Ray was ineffective, and his pitch count was already.
He wasn't going to go 5 innings
84.
anyway. He wasn't going to make 5 innings, so they were eventually going to have to make this move.
Plus, David Freese had hit a couple of doubles off of Ray, so. That's a big swing, 2-0 and 1-1. And now 2 balls and a strike on Freese. Tyler Wagner came over in an offseason deal with the Brewers. It was part of that package that brought Gene Segura. Came up briefly with Milwaukee last year. Was the ERA champion last couple of years in his minor leagues. Now 3 balls and a strike.
And the 1 strike was a gift. He has come in here being a little wild. I don't think he's walked anybody yet. I looked at his stats.
He has not.
Nothing but a 0 sitting in that base on ball column.
7 scoreless in 2 relief appearances. And Freese draws a 5-pitch walk. Robbie Ray gave up 8 hits, walked 2, and 3+. And now the base is loaded with nobody out for the Pirates cleanup man Starling Marte. Mercer singled, McCutchen singled. Freese drawing the walk. Marte already with a grand slam this season, first of his career. He has walked and singled today. Chance to give the Bucks the lead again. And a base hit. Mercer will score. Everyone moves up 1, and we are tied. Starling Marte with his 10th run batted in.
Got kind of lucky that he didn't find a gap with that.
Well, let me ask you this, Walkie, with Wagner throwing 5 innings and getting 2 days rest. I mean, if you're a starting pitcher and you throw 5 innings, you get 4 days rest and you go out and start again. But he came out of the bullpen. Could that mean that he's a little fatigued today? Hard to know.
It doesn't. It doesn't mean that though.
Yeah.
it could mean that. So I mean, there's, I'm sure that there's communication between the pitchers all the time, and the pitching coach, manager. Usually it's with the pitching coach, and then the pitching coach will give a list of available guys to the manager. They're saying, okay, these guys are ready to go, and if there's somebody that you want that is ready but you want to stay away from, maybe use him just for a hit or something, within that, that's on that list also. But the fact that they went to him and made the double switch here, he must have said, hey, I'm fine, use me however you want.
John Jaso's going to pinch hit for Rogers. They'll send up the lefty bat. Meanwhile, that visit far exceeded the 30-second time frame that is mandated. So Tyler Wagner already allowing one of the inherited runners to score. Rogers' day is done after a walk and a 2-run triple, but
good day.
Bring in Jaso. Get the platoon split. Good day for Rogers. Jaso working on a 12-game hitting streak. Hitting at .361. Base is full of Bucks. Nobody out. A run across here in the 4th. Jaso down 2 strikes. Only time that he's pinch hit, he has gotten aboard. And Castillo calls time. A little sweat in his eyes.
A lot of room out there for that ball to land in.
A little extra room in right center for Jaso. Splits the gap out there. That'll clear him.
Jaso's kind of changed his stance a little bit here of late. It's not as exaggerated open as it was earlier in the year, where he had both feet on that back line of the batter's box. Now it's more of a conventional looking open stance. He'd take his right foot and put it on that back line right behind his left foot earlier in the year. Really he changed it quite a bit, to be honest with you.
Goldschmidt comes home, and everyone's going to be safe. Tried to get the force, but McCutchen is in, and the Pirates have the lead back 5-4.
They'll take that Gold Glove back from him, aren't they? He's not looking like a Gold Glover this afternoon over there.
It's a fielder's choice and an error, a throwing error, the second error today from Paul Goldschmidt. Wagner trying to go and cover first base.
Wonder if that's why the throw went so high.
Yeah. Usually you don't have a screen.
He's about to release the ball, and all of a sudden he sees his pitcher running right in front of him, and that's why he threw it high home.
That's the first time that Paul Goldschmidt's made 2 errors in a game. You don't see that very often.
That was a great camera shot that we had there, showing the pitcher flash right in front of him as he was about to throw the ball, and I'm thinking that had to have the effect and why he threw it so high.
So still the base is loaded. Goldschmidt won the Gold Glove in 2013 over at first base. Has made some terrific plays in the field in this series. Has hit a home run today, but a couple of errors. One in the second inning that did not lead to any runs, but here keeping that 0 in the out column. Robbie Ray assessed with that run. Now all 3 runners the responsibility of Wagner. Wagner off the mound. Yeah, that has to have affected the throw from Goldschmidt. I don't think anybody expected Goldschmidt's throw to come to the plate. That's a fair ball. And they'll get the force.
A nice play hit by Wagner. He didn't panic when he got to that ball. I think a lot of guys would have tried to do that little glove to glove shovel, but he really had more time so he could exchange it into his throwing hand and have a little bit more control over getting the ball to the catcher.
Good athlete. Tyler Wagner, whose father is a police officer in the Las Vegas Police Department, so dad's cool under pressure, so is son.
He played that nice.
So now 1 out. Polanco with good wheels, tough to double up. And a chance here to add to the Pirates' lead. 2 across here in the 4th. Polanco 0 for 2 this afternoon. That's going to sneak through. Marte is in. Jaso will score. 2-run single. Gregory Polanco. Pirates up 7-4.
Well, that'll make up for the one he'll get up there and smoke right at somebody. That's going to feel very good to kind of just fight off a ball like that with the bases loaded and have it sneak in there.
Pirates get the lead right back in this seesaw affair.
That was looked like a 5-hopper that got through perfect place. Round ball, round bat. I don't know what's going to happen.
Hit them where they ain't.
Keep scoring. Who knows what this game is going to turn out to be like.
You said it. This is going to be the theme the rest of the road trip, with Colorado up next. For Stewart, hitless in 2 trips today. First and second, still just the 1 out. 4 across. Lead runner Rodriguez at second. Already more than 100 pitches thrown by the Diamondbacks. They've only gotten 11 outs, or 10 outs, I beg your pardon. And another base hit. Rodriguez on his way home, and it's 8-4. Chris Stewart RBI single.
Chris needs to point to his helmet about now. That was smart hitting. Another one of those hit it where there ain't. Ground balls got through there. And you're hitting to the right guy too, because there's not much of an arm out there in left field. That's all Asmani can do to just get the ball to the cutoff guy. So Paul in there easy, or Sean, I'm sorry.
There you go. Stewart with RBI number 2. All the starters in the game with a hit, except for Liriano. Jaso coming in as a pinch hitter, has scored a run. And with 1 out, still some strategy as Liriano talking with Rick Sofield. 8-4. Pirates have been one of the better offenses in baseball here early in the season, and they are keeping that going. You got the terrible towel out.
He's up there a ways in the euchre seats.
Front row. Must be.
Got a good view from up there.
Yeah, you can tell if you missed the tag or not. Laureano reaching on one of 2 Paul Goldschmidt errors back in the second, and then struck out in the third, batting for the 3rd time here in the 4th as the Pirates have batted around.
I didn't expecting to get 3 ABs in 4 innings. So I mean,
that was one of your tips today.
Yeah, but that's not. This isn't what I was expecting. Laureano, not sure what signs he was seeing, so decided that he'd do the right thing, go down and ask.
This pace, he might get 4. 2 on, 1 out. Wagner spinning. But the Pirates, offensively speaking, 7th in baseball coming into today's action in terms of runs scored per game. That's really what matters. Leading in batting average, on base percentage, total base runners. They've gotten a lot of chances, and they've brought most of those home today. Laureano swinging away that time. 2 strikes.
Well, we know he didn't miss the sign. Had an actual conversation about it
in person. Goldschmidt with a home run today, just over the wall. A couple of weird plays. Ball squibbing underneath his glove and throwing home with the pitcher cutting in front of him. Laureano down on strikes. That's the 2nd out. Jordy Mercer's going to get his 4th at bat here in the 4th inning.
Shortstop, Jordy Mercer.
Couple of hits already for Mercer, who has hit so well against lefties. That's why he was the leadoff man today, but now facing the righty Wagner. Average up to 323 overall. How about his offensive production in April?
Mercer?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's been very steady.
And he's normally a slow starter. So it really is looking good for a strong season for his offense, that he's doing so well early in the year.
In the air to right. And it will go untouched, foul. Pirates with 5 across here in the 4th. This all goes back to the first couple of innings. The Pirates did not score. And, we've had innings this year where the Pirates would, they had 33 pitches that they saw in the first inning. They saw another 23 in the second. They didn't score, but that has benefits later in the game, and we're seeing that.
Absolutely. They get the pitch count up there, and that wasn't the only reason they went to the bullpen, but it was one of them. And they knew they were going to have to eventually anyway, because the number of pitches was way up there. So now you're going to be picking on their bullpen the rest of the game now.
And Wagner, who pitched 5 innings just 3 days ago. I don't know how long he can go. Tapped foul. Sean Rodriguez with a run scoring single. Two on, two out, 1-2. Jordy Mercer strikes out. And 10 men come to the plate. The Pirates strike for 5 more, and they've got the lead. Peppering the Diamondbacks. Four lead after sending 10 men into the plate. And just a reminder, as you enjoy a cold one, to look forward to Miller Time later in the game, brought to you by Miller Lite. John Jaso stays in the ball game, taking over at first base. He batted for Rogers. And Francisco Liriano out there after waiting a long time. Doesn't mind that when the Pirates retake the lead. Owings.
And he's probably thinking a little bit too right now, like, okay, I gotta at least go 2 more innings here to get this W.
At 60 pitches.
I mean, you like to always think, okay, I'm putting the team first, but still, for a starting pitcher, a lot of it is about those personal wins you want to try and get. And your team has scored you 8 runs early on. You don't want to not get this win. We've already seen one starting pitcher have to leave a game with a lead. So that's probably on Francisco's mind right now, is to get in a little bit of a groove and do what he just did.
Comes right after Owings and strikes him out.
Get on a nice roll now that he has this lead.
Third strikeout. Now the number 9 hitter David Peralta coming in on the double switch. Didn't start today because of the left-hander, but with Ray coming out to get Peralta back in, who was homered both times, or in both games in this series. And quickly behind 2 strikes. Liriano pitching like he's got a nice lead.
That's exactly what he wants to do.
Tyler Wagner just celebrated his first major league win, but giving up 3 runs, the other 2 going on the ledger of Ray. And Peralta down on strikes. And this Friday, the Bucks battle the Reds at 7:05. Be one of the first 20,000 fans through the gates. You receive a free Francisco Cervelli T-shirt presented by Allegheny Health Network. For tickets, go to pirates.com/free shirt Friday. That's a cool shirt.
Really well loved by the Pirate fans, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, great personality and a heck of a ball player.
Amore.
And getting the day off today.
Attention media, today's attendance.
With Stewart getting the nod behind the plate.
It's 27573.
Liriano struck out both men in the 4th. And now ahead of Segura 1-2. Segura coming into today's action, tied for the league lead in hits. Well, Liriano has struck him out both times. One-two, and he strikes out the side.
He's still got a good chance to get that 6th inning in.
And a 7-pitch inning for Liriano. Of this day in baseball history, and in 2009, Zach Greinke threw his 2nd consecutive complete game as his Royals beat the Tigers 6-1. That run, though it was unearned, ended Greinke's streak of 38 consecutive scoreless innings. He'd have an ERA of 2.16. He won 16 games that year. He won the Cy Young as well. And signing that lucrative deal with the Diamondbacks, now in Sonoma Red for a number of seasons to come. Andrew McCutchen leads it off. And that hard hit ground ball off the glove of Ahmed, the shortstop, for a base hit last inning. Already 11 hits for the Pirates. The Diamondbacks needed 110 pitches just to get through 4 innings.
Ooh, man. That is way up there.
Meanwhile, Liriano needed 12 to get through the 4th. Struck out the side. He's only at 70 through 4 innings.
I think the average is about 140 for a game.
Pirates making him work. And now 2-2 on McCutchen. You look at what Ruby De La Rosa was doing last night, and he had special stuff. Was locating well, Drew Pomerantz with that exceptional curveball earlier in the road trip. Padres. When a pitcher's really on his game, just like any team, Pirates will have some trouble. But if you're not, they will eat you alive.
Yeah, there's been an old cliche that's been going around for, I'm sure, 100 years. Is it good pitching always shuts down good hitting? And that is what you run into occasionally.
But sometimes mediocre or bad pitching can still do it. Not against this team. McCutcheon down on strikes. So 3 strikeouts for Tyler Wagner. Leadoff man gone. This is here at Chase Field. You can bring your little one out. Get some tee work in if you want.
There, I pulled his foul.
Coach
He's
pitch.
a little too quick with that one.
Teach him to be a lefty. That's good.
Got to get it down now. Lefties are low
He's
ball
got
hitters.
that JSO stance wide open.
Fastball a little low.
Isn't it fun? You know, all the new ballparks. There's so much stuff for kids. You know, when I was growing up, at ballpark, you come to the ball game and you better sit here and watch the ball game, which I enjoyed, but not all kids are as much into the game. So if you need to take them out and do something else, there's something for them to do for a minute.
Times have changed. I used to have to hike 30 miles through snow drifts to get to school too.
Wow, it's amazing. I only had to do 5 miles.
5 miles. See, I'm a little older than you.
How that snow work in California? That's right. Where you grew up, there was snow, wasn't there?
Well, not when I grew up. I was a little lower elevation.
Oh, okay.
The last few years I lived in California, I lived up in the mountains where it snowed.
Something fun to eat at the game.
Now that's always been true. Always good stuff to eat.
3-1 on Freeze. He's been on base all 3 times, a couple of doubles. The options have increased, though.
Yeah. There's always been something good, though. Yeah. Cotton candy, Cracker Jack, that's been around a long time.
Would you like some sushi, kids?
Now, sushi, that's hadn't been around all that long. Went for ballpark fare.
Freeze is on base for the 4th time already. 2 doubles and 2 walks. I remember when they brought pizza to the ballpark. I thought that was a revelation. Wow. Now you can get anything. Would you like some caviar? Oh, sure. What's caviar? Good fare here in Arizona. And carne asada on nachos. That sounds good. They have a churro hot dog here that you can get. But still all the old-fashioned favorites. Marte's been on base all 3 times today as well. Big day for Castillo on his birthday.
Keeps getting fastballs in the dirt. Can't really block those. You have to just try and pick them out of the dirt like you're a first baseman.
Well, the Pirates have Camara Barti in town, the base running coordinator. And talking with him yesterday about the Pirates base running this year. You know, the idea is to be more aggressive, but still smart. And I think we've seen that so far. Trying to take that extra base when you can.
Got to pay attention to a lot of different things. Not just how bad you want to go and get the bag. It's game scenario. I'll let you know how big of a risk it's worth to try and move up another 90 feet. And you can't be really thinking about that as the play is happening. You have to kind of in your mind already think like right now, for instance. You got to be thinking, okay, there's 1 out. So, you know, it's probably the time that you would maybe want to take a risk to get into third base. If there was nobody out or 2 outs, probably not. But with 1 out, as you're running from first into second base and you think you might be able to make it, go ahead and go for it.
Marte taking a strike.
It's a big deal to be at third with 1 out.
Fly ball scores you in that scenario.
Well, with nobody out, you don't want to make an out on the bases somewhere, and with 2 outs, you never make that last out at third.
Marte cracks one into center, and Owings will have to play it off the wall. Freeze being waved home. Here's the relay. It's in time, and they got him. Chris Owings with that good arm in center field, being moved from shortstop. Clint Hurdle considering a challenge. That was a rocket.
You know, I think that Freeze might have slowed down around third base.
Cutting the bag, so important. And Clint Hurdle is going to challenge this. Well, look at that left foot. The throw does not take him into the path. And is he blocking the plate? I think that is exactly what Clint Hurdle is challenging here. He's ruled a double. And if Freeze is not given a clear path to home plate, that's really dicey. I don't know how he can score on that ball. And he thought the same thing right away. I think the Pirates have a very good argument here. There's nowhere for Freeze to score. You can't block the plate anymore.
Now I'm wondering if the tag was awfully late. You think his right foot might actually even hit the plate before the tag was applied?
Well, look at that as part of the challenge. But here, the throw can come in. You know, sometimes you get a ball hit the left, the throw comes in, and the catcher has to sweep over in front of the plate to make it. Well, they're going to still call him out, and that's. I don't know what the rule is then.
Well, now
maybe there's a
you know what? Now you're like how I've been for the last couple of years.
Well, I've been like this
because I haven't known what the rule's been since they put it in.
I mean, there's a peak of home plate available to him to slide on, sure, but he's set up with his foot blocking the plate inside the line. Basically, if you're inside the line and the throw doesn't bring you inside the line, it should be blocking the plate, but it's not there when the inning's over. Pirates still have the lead as we go to the bottom of the 5th. thought he had an RBI, but Freese thrown out at the plate. Pirates lose their challenge as well, and trying to see if home plate was blocked by Castillo. So it remains 8-4. I thought Clint Hurdle was right in challenging that play at the plate.
Well, no reason to challenge one anymore, because if that's not blocking the plate, then it doesn't exist.
There's not a lot. Now, Marvin Hudson had made the out call, which was the folks in New York confirmed that Freese was out. But the question was Castillo.
They said they said no, he wasn't blocking the plate.
So Marvin Hudson made the right call. There's one out. Well, the folks in New York decide once it's been challenged, is he blocking the plate? And the throw was from center field. The throw did not take Castillo into the path of the runner, and that left foot, especially as it turns for him to make the tag, he's blocking 90% of the plate. So as we get cases like this, baseball says that whoever the umpire is that's determining that in the Chelsea studios there in Manhattan deems that as long as there's whatever 10% of the plate, that little tiny peak of home plate available to the runner, that's good enough apparently. So that's setting that precedent. So in my view, then, if you're a catcher, I think if I'm Castillo or any catcher, then I would put my foot there every single time and just leave a little sliver.
In my view, if I'm the runner, I'm going to go right through the catcher, just like you always did.
Yeah.
If he's going to stand in between you and home plate, well, then you're going to have to go through him.
It's just it's tough to know. But I thought Clint Hurdle made the right call to challenge it, and David Freese thought right away, as he was pointing to the foot of Castillo as he was coming in. So no more challenges for the Pirates. And the call was confirmed. Now 2-2 on Goldschmidt, who bats with the bases clear for the third time today. That's always a critical part of facing the Diamondbacks. He's homered today and walked. And now Liriano strikes him out. Liriano with 6 strikeouts. Fireworks light up the Pittsburgh skyline Saturday at PNC Park. You can watch the Pirates and the Reds at 7:05. Stay after the game for a spectacular Zambelli fireworks show presented by 93.7 The Fan. For tickets, go to pirates.com. Come on out and see the Buccos. Been on the road a long time. Can't wait to get back home for the weekend. A lot of folks making us feel a little bit more at home out here in Phoenix. Lots of black and gold traveling wherever.
When Francisco got that first lead, he was still a little out of shape, but not now.
Oh, he has been rolling. 13 pitch inning and another 1-2-3 frame for Francisco Liriano.
Doubling up the D-backs, we get a look at Tempe Town Lake here in Arizona, just about 10 minutes away. And if you're wondering what former Major League Baseball Commissioner Bud Selig is up to, he's spending a lot of time in Tempe, Arizona, where he is teaching a class at Arizona State University. He's teaching a class in the Arizona State University's business and law school, and using his good and his experience to help a younger generation. Now, it's in the sports law and business program, and he's also starting up a speaker series where he'll bring in high-powered guests. Now, he's had a second home here in Arizona for years, and one of his daughters went to school there, so Bud said it was a natural fit for him. You imagine that, Joe and Bob? You attend a sports law class at ASU, and you see your schedule for the season, and it's Professor Selig that's going to be teaching you that class. What an experience that must be.
I got Biz 301 with Selig. Who's it? Oh, the commissioner emeritus. Oh, well, I better not wear sweats to class. Yeah, he's stayed busy in his emeritus role. Bud Selig, who makes his home in Milwaukee, also teaching over at University of Wisconsin in Madison, and lots of stuff outside of baseball too, not just about the game of baseball, but the history. And it's nice to see what a great impact that the commissioner emeritus has had on our game. A lot of things we've seen in this game today are some of the things that he's installed.
Plate blocking rule,
replay, and wild cards. First one, then two. And during his tenure, we wouldn't be playing baseball here. Diamondbacks formed as an expansion team under his tenure. This was always
where we're going to Denver.
That's right. Denver coming in '93. That one under Fay Vincent, getting granted an expansion club, but Bud Selig was the acting commissioner when the Rockies started play. But yeah, here in Tampa Bay, getting teams under Selig's watch. How about what Rob Manfred said the other day? He said he'd like to see perhaps some expansion down the road in baseball and international expansion.
Well, that's just, I think, a natural, and it's inevitable that that'll end up taking place.
Yeah, we haven't had any new teams in 18 years. I think when I saw that the other day, I hadn't thought about expansion in a while, but I think it's about the right time again to start exploring that. 30 teams in baseball. He likes maybe the 4 team divisions.
I would like that much better.
Why is that?
I'm not a fan of wild card teams.
Okay. I can understand the detriment that can.
No, I would much rather have where you have the division winners, and then you would have to have the expansion. So I'd like to see that, and then you could just have the first place teams,
So then would you eliminate the wild card altogether then? Just have the division back to the division series again?
Definitely, and I would also get rid of the designated hitter.
Well, I don't know if that one is on the docket, but
either is getting rid. Any of these things that I say I would do is not on the docket, believe me.
What's funny?
I'd get rid of the rule of home plate. I'd get rid of a lot of things. I really.
What would you add?
Would go back. I wouldn't add anything.
Addition by
take
subtraction
things away. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Ban the DH. You know what's funny is I get asked about my stance on it, and I don't know if I would change anything, which is silly. Polanco drives this one to the gap, and he's got two. Another extra base hit today for the Bucks.
Well, he is just blossoming as a hitter, isn't he? As a player. Period.
That's a great way to put it. Smarter base runner this year. Has looked very smart in the field too.
Yeah, this is what you would like to see out of a young guy that gets a multi-year contract, and hoping that he'll relax and really start, as we said, I guess, or as I said, blossom, and that's what's happened. You can just see him now. Just he's not worried about anything. Not worried about where he belongs. Is he a big leaguer or not? Can he do this? He is definitely a big leaguer.
And she could be wearing that shirt a long time. Polanco getting his average over 300. A couple of hits today. The Pirates have had a man in scoring position in every inning against these Diamondbacks. Just continuing to berate opposing pitchers. Unless they've got great stuff that day. This is every game. Here's Stewart, who has singled in a run today. Walkie, you were saying what the average amount of pitches thrown in a game, 140, something like that.
Something like that, yeah.
Next pitch that they throw is 140.
Here in a second.
The next pitch they throw is 140. And they got one out in the 6th inning. That's how this offense has continued to just grind out at bats.
Major league average last year was 145 for the whole league for 2015. So
they will get to that here, maybe even during this at bat.
I think they're probably gonna beat that most of the time all year. Just if things keep going the way it is with them.
Inside, a ball and a strike.
Well, they had a decent core of real patient hitters, and now some of the younger guys like Polanco are starting to show that same approach. And
Randall Delgado loosening.
It's just going to grind up some of these pitching staffs to have to work so hard.
Yeah, Polanco leads the team in walks. Fouled up third. Yeah, it started. I mean, I was talking with Chris Stewart the other day about it. I said, last year, is this that much different than last year? He said, well, we kind of felt like we were doing this last year, but now, like you said, everybody's doing it, not just most of the guys are doing it.
Yeah, you can really see that it's a complete team thing.
The Pirates have pretty much in half their innings this year they've had multiple base runners aboard, and that's going to make Jeff Branson happy. And Stewart down on strikes. And let's go downstairs to Robbie.
Well, the bat rack is located right by Clint Hurdle. Francisco Liriano a moment ago grabbed his helmet, grabbed his bat, walked up by Hurdle, stopped him, looked him dead in the eye, and says, "Hey, let's go. You haven't gotten a hit all game. Get a hit, will you?" See if he can come through.
Yeah, that's .667 average. Hard to maintain if you don't get a hit. And surpassing your expectations, Walkie. You were hoping that he would get a third at bat today. Here's
well,
number 4.
3 at bats is 6 or 7 innings normally, so that's kind of what I was looking at.
But this is important because now he is going to go back out for the bottom of the 6th.
Oh yeah, the way he pitched once you got through those first 3 innings, you could see then, okay, he's going to make his 6.
Liriano has sent down 7 in a row. Let's revisit those Rivers Casino tips to win.
Well, he's been getting chases the last 3 innings for sure. He's been racking up some strikeouts.
6 of those.
I am amazed at how many spin moves we've seen with 2 outs this year. It's incredible. It's another thing I guess I would do away with. 2 out spin moves.
0-2. Liriano lost this one to left, but Tomas says no mas. And nothing for the Pirates in the 6th. Our city coming to stage AE Friday night here in Arizona on a Sunday afternoon on our UPMC scoreboard. Pirates on top 8-4. Liriano retiring 7 in a row, beginning the 6th at 83 pitches, and giving the Pirates what's looking like a nice extended outing, or at least where you put the set the bar, that 6 innings.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a high bar. That's kind of the minimum you want from your starter, I think. But we haven't been getting that, so you're happy with it today.
And Clint Hurdle's, if I'm not mistaken, I think only Nice's start Saturday before last has exceeded 6 innings. John Nice with the 7 shutout in his second to last start. Now the Pirates coming in the 4th fewest innings from their starters. So, Milwaukee, I think you're right on. You know, whenever you get a good outing from your starting pitcher, most of the times with this offense, it's going to be good enough to win. Yeah, that knee start, that's the only time all year that the Pirates have starters retired a batter in the 7th inning. That may change today. Leadoff walk to Castillo, who has been on base all 3 times today on his 29th birthday. Do you think that was a strike?
I think he was going to get hit in the head with the throw. He thought he was going to walk in front of the throw. That's why he stopped.
Always courteous, Chris Stewart. Ricky Weeks is going to come up. He'll bat for Wagner. Ricky Weeks at 231. Wagner picked up 3 innings. He went as long as the starter, Robbie Ray. Gave up 3 runs, walked a pair, struck out 5. And Liriano ahead, 0-2.
Catches a call here. This ball's down and in. And it got called a strike, and that's why he's unhappy about it.
Well, it's not just Cervelli that's good at pitch framing. Stewart doing a fine job of presenting that one. Tough afternoon for Chip Hale. The Pirates knocked out his starter in the 4th.
They took a lead a couple of times early in the game.
Wellington Castillo, a 3-run home run with 2 outs in the 3rd that hit the foul pole and just a couple of feet above the wall.
And that gave them their second lead of the game, and you could tell by all the jumping around, and they really thought they were on their way, and it was not to be. The next half inning, Pirates put up a 5 spot. Now they're trying to cruise it on in.
Weeks to right. Let's look at our Allegheny Health Network injury update. Jared Hughes scheduled to throw 2 innings today for Indianapolis as he continues to work his way back from that lat strain that he suffered in the middle of March. And after the outing, the team's going to reevaluate where he's at. If all goes well, it could be his last rehab outing.
Certainly could use him back.
Right now the bullpen quiet. Liriano handling things into the 6th.
If we can get a quick out here, or maybe, excuse me, a double play ball here, that might allow him to go out and take a shot at the 7th.
Yeah, spot had already come up.
If we can get this to last out somehow registered before he gets to the 100 pitch mark. See up in the corner of the screen, he's at 95 now.
Yeah, 100 isn't some magic number. But if he continues to kind of pitch with some dominance as we've seen here in the second half of this outing, sure, keep him going for a little bit. 0-2. McCutchen. There's the second out. Always taking a look at social media. And Point Park brings it to you. Jared Hughes put this out on Instagram, quoting the great movie Bull Durham. I guess they're playing. Yeah, they're down in Durham today. And so having some fun with the rehab assignment as he gets back into action. We'll see him in that mix real soon. Now Owings deep to right. Polanco with room. And Liriano at 97 pitches through 6. He weathered the storm early and has been dealing ever since.
Pirates Baseball on Roots Sports is brought to you by the all-new Chevy Malibu and your Western PA Chevy dealers. And by Barrel. Visit Barrel.com to learn more about our 3 conveniently located collision centers. Let's go Bucks!
Francisco Liriano getting some congratulations. Looks like he might be done after 6 today, 8-4.
Yeah, if you get that hug, that's kind of like one of the main signs that your day is done.
They want to hug you mid-outing.
Yeah,
though.
they don't hug for like, okay, you get out of that inning. You don't get a hug for that.
Might get a pat.
Delgado's numbers, it was first 9 games.
Jordy Mercer getting a 5th AB here in the 7th. Delgado pitched back on Friday. if you're wondering about history with Randall Delgado, that's the last time that he's faced Andrew McCutchen. Yeah, that preceded that was in retaliation. Kirk Gibson managing at that time, and Paul Goldschmidt out for the rest of the season after being struck with a pitch. So there were tempers a couple of years ago. Kirk Gibson now in Detroit as a TV analyst. And McCutchen now seeing Delgado for the first time since then. Do you remember things like that as a hitter and a pitcher? I mean, does that
Absolutely.
does that enter your mind?
Yeah, all the time. I mean, I don't know as a hitter, but for the pitcher standpoint, heck yeah, you know exactly what went down.
I would imagine McCutchen wouldn't mind getting a base hit right
the hitter knows too. But yeah, pitcher, little things like that, they don't leave you. Still to this day, all these years later, I can still remember a couple inside pitches.
Now full on him. Very clear the intent in that game a couple of years ago, but all has been forgiven, it seems, which is good. Delgado strikes out McCutchen.
That last one had a decent part of the plate.
He's not seeing the ball very well right now. Fourth time in his career he struck out 4 times in a game. David Freese has been on all 4 times today. A couple of doubles and 2 walks for Freese. Thrown out at the plate in the 5th inning, and on a ball that on a play that was challenged by Clint Hurdle. Pirates thought that Wellington Castillo set up blocking the plate. The play was confirmed that Castillo did not block the plate in the eyes of the umpire working in New York. And charitable strike 3 call for David Freese there. He's out for the first time today. Time to stretch on this Sunday afternoon.
Pirates Baseball on Root Sports is brought to you by Kenny Ross, Total Confidence Pricing, and by Levin Furniture, the official furniture and mattress supplier to the Pittsburgh Pirates. For the best quality, service, and value, shop Levin's. Let's go Bucks!
Pirates on top 8-4. Dave Parker. And a cool McCutcheon t-shirt. Yeah, they're having some fun here in Arizona. It has been a good effort on the mound today, too, from Francisco Liriano.
Yeah, a little bit of a shaky start, but he was able to get on a little bit of a roll there. Those last 3 innings, he was on the field, and you could see by those highlights there that he was getting the chases down on that slider. And once that started happening for him, started racking up those strikeouts.
The 6 Ks and 4 earned runs. Castillo's 3-run home run right off the foul pole and left, just above the wall. Makes it look a little different than what it was.
Ryan Vogelsong pick things up here. Been a while since he's been out there, hasn't it?
Yeah, he pitched 2 innings on Tuesday. He got a 4-run lead. Put him out there and get some length.
Theoretically, since he's a long man, he could, as long as he keeps getting them out, can finish the game.
Sure. Maybe
Pick up a save.
Yeah, I was just going to say, maybe even pick up a save. Now you're thinking, well, it's not a 3-run game. Why would he get a save? Well, you can
3 innings.
If you pitch effectively,
3 or more.
In the eyes of the score,
doesn't matter what the score is, as long as you go effective and get over 3 innings, you can get a save that way.
Vogelsong has never earned a save in the major leagues.
Oh, he's got a chance to check off a bucket list, huh?
Did once in AAA for the Phillies in 2010. That's the only professional save for Mr. Vogelsong. So we'll see if he sticks around. Peralta came in a double switch back when Robbie Ray was pulled in the 4th inning. Diamondback starter lasted 3+. Vogelsong unclear.
Didn't take long to clear it up, whatever it was. I don't think there was more than 2 words said there.
You want me to strike him out? Yes. Peralta in the 9 spot, so Segura is out on deck. Now he's going full on him.
See, they have that path cut out from the plate all the way out to the mound. Catcher's nowhere to go.
They visit the mound so much these days, it probably would have gotten worn out anyway. He strikes him out. Peralta caught looking on 3-2.
Now Detroit has that. Is there anywhere else that has that path cut out like that? That you can think of?
Not that I can think of. And we've already seen it twice. Old-timey ballparks. I don't know if they really cut it out. It just kind of would get worn out from.
Looks like it would
traffic.
it would help you with your control. Isn't it? That path is it just the same width as the plate, or is it wider than the plate? I don't know. You just got to just right on down there.
Yeah, the kind of, you have the catcher's glove. You've got the runway. Overhand bowling.
Watch some old video of Oral Hershiser throwing. You'll see Hershiser when he first gets on the rubber, he's looking straight down, and he'll slowly raise his eyes up to the catcher, and he's just tracing a line right down along the ground, right to his target.
Oh, wow. We talked earlier about the long stretch that Zach Greinke had scoreless.
So he could look right down that. If he had this path, he would help him, kind of like a little guideway.
Oral Hershiser in that 88 season, 59 consecutive scoreless innings.
He was
all-time record.
Pretty amazing pitcher. He had a long run of being one of the very elite guys in the league in all of baseball. Always had that very studious look about him. He knew a little bit more than everybody else.
Maybe that's why he became a television analyst.
Well, I think he had a lot of knowledge, and he had a very talented right arm also. Helped him out a lot.
Wants the right arm more off and uses exploits in other ways. Brendan Drury on deck. Vogelsong picking up for Liriano. Pitched well today, in line for the win. Pirates getting all their runs in the third and fourth innings. Jason Rogers started this game. He had a 2-run triple. Since been lifted. Polanco with a 2-run single. He's gotten a pair of hits today. Starling Marte has been on base all 4 times with 3 hits. And Vogelsong gets the second out.
Right back up the path.
Hit it where it was pitched.
There it is. Right back there. Yeah. I wish I would have pitched somewhere where they had a path like that.
Yeah, nice little lane. Blanco, nice day. Really started to increase the margin with that 2-run single. And is that a gutter ball? That's like kind of like a bowling lane, you know. You throw a wide one, and all you need is little arrows out there too. Rogers first hit as a Pirate, 2-run triple.
Balk is kind of like a foot foul. We had one of those the other night. San Diego. Foot foul.
Foot foul, yeah. Well, the way that they oil up these lanes. Jeff Locke in there, due to pitch tomorrow in Colorado. You think you like the offense here in Arizona? Wait till we're in Denver. This one's going to be extra bases. Brandon Drury with his first hit today, and a good relay holds him to a double. And for the first time today, Goldschmidt's going to bat with a man on.
Picked on a high one. Able to get up there on that pitch. A lot of times you get a swing that's at the very top of that strike zone. More often than not, you're going to get a pop up or a lazy fly somewhere. Drury was able to get up there and center it up.
Well, Goldschmidt batting with a man on for the first time. Be careful here. Make it a 2-run game. He's already homered today.
And missed a good one. Good opportunity there when Drury was hitting. Could have called the path Drury Lane.
Phillies getting up.
You know who lives on Drury Lane, don't you? You don't?
No.
No, you will find out one of these days.
Okay.
How old is your child?
5 months.
There you go. Another probably maybe a year away from finding out who's on Drury Lane. Or watch Shrek.
Okay. I'll be getting into those very soon, I'm sure.
All the songs you have to learn.
2-0. Fisted. Mosher retires Goldschmidt, and that ends the inning. 2-out double, left stranded. Here in the desert, the Pirates have an 8-4 lead. And from the scrub grass of Arizona to the Rocky Mountains on our Nissan road ahead. A 4-game series at Coors Field. Chris Russin now scheduled to pitch tomorrow, the lefty. One-time Cub. Jeff Locke, fellow southpaw, opposing him. And I know you've got the weather on Doppler Walk 1000.
No, that's
all dialed up.
You got me mixed up with John Wayner. He's the weatherman.
But you follow the weather.
He's the weatherman.
Yeah.
I haven't looked yet, to be honest with you.
Give us an update, because it changes so much there. Curious how much.
Yeah, I got to put my glasses on.
All right. We'll come back to you.
Let's see here. Where's Colorado? There it is.
Northeast. Weather on the fours here with Bob Walk. What do we got in Denver? Meanwhile, Marte's been on base all 4 times today. Randall Delgado retired the side in order in the 7th. Third Arizona pitcher. Marte has that average up to 333. Hit one right back up that path, huh? He's done that today. Run scoring single in a 5-run 4th. Right after the Pirates had fallen behind, coming back and taking the lead. And they have kept that lead at 8-4 since. cracked into center. Owings.
Oh, man.
We've got a lot of range out there.
Heck of a play.
Never played the outfield before this season, but worked extensively in center in spring training.
Did a good job on this one. Showing some excellent speed. Playing fairly shallow also.
Also started that relay that threw out Freeze at the plate with a shortstop arm of his.
Here's your high temperatures for the next 4 days in Denver.
Okay.
71, 57, 56, 55.
Any precip?
We got thunderstorms possible the first 2 days and the last day.
Okay, not bad. There's a sunny day in there.
And the best way, really, what's more accurate as far as telling the weather is you count the prairie dogs and drive in.
Okay, all right.
And that'll let you know whether it's going to be sunny or rainy or whatever. If on the way in from the airport, if we can count more than 60 prairie dogs, that means it's going to be a little rainy.
Okay, so
but 60 or less, like we see 45 of them or so, then it's going to be clear skies. Kind of depends on. It's a little bit like a groundhog.
so the folks in Punxsutawney can relate to.
Yeah, it's a little bit.
Okay,
All
right.
It's a rodent that lives underground and can tell weather.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean,
Same thing.
Makes sense. Perfectly logical. There's the weatherman. John Wayner studying up on different weather facts. What is a cumulonimbus cloud?
John is definitely the weather guy.
Yeah. Walt Ellis, the engineer, back there trying to pick up a few pointers.
Walt's a
Seems a little skeptical.
helicopter pilot. He knows all about the weather.
Sean Rodriguez has hit a couple into the weather.
He, if we weren't in a dome, he would have made it rain earlier.
Mm-hmm. RBI single today. Third straight start.
The farthest we've seen a ball travel this year has left his bat.
In terms of the ball landing against the
Just
stands.
I said it the way I meant it. The farthest we've seen a ball travel this year is off his bat.
1-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now, are you anticipating where the ball would have landed if there was no?
No, I
outfield?
live in reality, not a virtual world where
That's debatable.
where things might happen. I try to look at what did happen.
And Delgado has retired the 6 men he's faced. Bottom of the 8th coming up. Still 8-4 Buccos. 8-4 as we go to the bottom of the 8th on the UPMC scoreboard. And you can follow the Pirates with the MLB.com at Bat app. Stay up to the moment with any moment. Game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your smartphone or tablet. Josh Harrison now in the game over at second base. And Sean Rodriguez shifts from second over to first. John Jaso out. That means his 12-game hitting streak is done. He went 0 for 3 today in relief of Jason Rogers. First game all year that Jaso has not reached base, although reached on a fielder's choice doesn't count. He still scored a run. 2-1 on Tomas, who extended his hitting streak to 10 games with a single and scored ahead of Castillo's home run back in the third. Ryan Vogelsong back out for his second inning, swinging a foul tip. Cervelli getting an afternoon off.
Yeah, see, that's the way you should be in your afternoon off. Right there. That's how you look when you get a day off.
A lot of bumps and bruises behind the plate. He got hit hard in the right thigh last night on a foul tip. Been so good at the bat as well.
He's off to a strong start. He's off to one of those starts that might get him in a All-Star game.
That's a great point. I hadn't thought of that yet. Ballots are out.
Never too early to start thinking about who you like, who you're going to vote for.
Driven to right, and Tomas with a home run. Fourth home run of the year for Yasmani Tomas. And the Diamondbacks, with their third home run today, make it 8-5. Off the end of the bat. Pirates fans would have just thrown it back anyway.
Is there anything more fun than to watch the fans when they get a home run ball?
No one's really applauding him, but he's happy.
Oh yeah, it's just they'll be talking about that for a couple of days.
Yeah, he gave it to the kid. That's great. That's perfect. As long as you don't spill your apple juice, you're all set. Castillo already with a home run today. That one hit right down the line and left. Just over the wall off the foul pole. About the shortest distance one could hit a home run, at least to this ballpark. Now even.
Now warming up in the Pirates bullpen. Number 35, Mark Melanson.
330 right down the line.
How far it would have went if it wouldn't have hit that foul pole? 340.
44 runs now warming up for the Pirates.
Don't start. Hit it maybe 2 feet above the wall. Now full. Pirates have Tony Watson getting loose. Melanson will probably be called upon now that the Diamondbacks have pulled to within 3. Vogelsong acting as the bridge tonight. Watson last pitched in the first game of this series on Friday. Pitched an inning and 2/3 through 25 pitches. Melanson, his first 4-out save in more than 4 years, but only needed 19 pitches. So both those guys fresh after a day off yesterday. Vogelsong trying to put away Castillo. Pitch number 8 of this at bat upcoming. And he walked him. Still nobody out. And Jake Lamb is going to come up and pinch hit for the pitcher Delgado.
And that's going to do it. Clint's on his way.
He's introduced. He's in the ball game, and Ryan Vogelsong is out of it. Pitched an inning plus. And the Diamondbacks creeping back into this one. It's 8-5 here in the 8th. Splendor. A saguaro cactus here in the desert, Phoenix. And the Pirates trying to take a series here from the Diamondbacks, leading 8-5 in the 8th. And Vogelsong delivering an inning plus. Jeff Locke on the hill tomorrow in Colorado, and right now Tony Watson.
Game number 9 for Tony. He's been a little wild, kind of like I guess everybody has, to be honest with you. That's kind of the story that we've been talking about. But for Tony to have 5 walks and what was that, 8 innings?
And he's given up 2 home runs. That's something you don't anticipate. He pitched on Friday an inning and 2/3. Gave up 3 runs, only 1 earned. Faced Jake Lamb and got him to bounce back to the mound. And almost clipped his uniform.
Almost got into the wall.
Lamb, a .290 hitter with 10 runs batted in. Now he's ahead in the count. Even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. And lots of room for him in right center and down the right field line as well.
Definitely in the outfield. Don't think he'll be able to pull the ball.
Polanco way off the line.
And Kutch quite a ways over in the left center field.
The runner on the move. Stewart reacted late.
Delay steal.
Wellington Castillo
worked to perfection.
First stolen base.
No, it wasn't a delay steal. Wow.
Reacted late to that one, and that's the first stolen base in 3 years for Castillo. He hasn't even attempted one since then.
Somebody has to yell, "There he goes." I mean, that's what the delay steal disguises that, because you don't break right away. So nobody yells, "There he goes," and now everybody's eyes switch to the plate. And as that happens, that's when you take off running and no one knows you're running. But at that point, I mean, the whole dugout needs to yell.
Just didn't expect Castillo to run.
Well, you know, Stewart can't see that with the left-hand hitter up there. He needs help.
And Lamb rung up by Clint Fagan. That's a big out. Looks like he went.
Umpire said he did. That's what counts. A lot of fans here disagreed, though. Usually you don't get that much reaction from the fans on one of those check swing calls, but everybody was into that one.
Clint Fagan over at third. Now Ahmed. You can't really blame Chris Stewart for losing Castillo, a guy who hasn't even tried to run in 3 years.
That's not his fault.
Now a ball and a strike.
The first baseman and the bench have to yell out, "There he goes." That's their job over there. I mean, you can't be watching the runner
and the lefty batter sometimes can screen him, right?
Catching, yeah, and that's absolutely what happens.
Bunted.
Let it go. Pick it up now.
It's foul. It's not determined fair or foul until it crosses the bag, unless it is touched. That's why you pick it up once it's the way you want it. As soon as it's clearly foul, scoop it up. Don't let it keep rolling. Hit a piece of gum and come right back on the fair ground. One, two. Up the line. This one may get out of play. No, Rodriguez has a play on it. And that's the second out here in the 8th. Castillo still stuck at second. Some of the light from the windows here. Late afternoon sun working its way in here at Chase Field.
Not quite the same kind of situation you have in Milwaukee with those windows. There's a lot bigger windows, a lot more sun can come through, but there's a pretty good little stripe going down the middle of the field.
Comes and illuminates part of the mound. That's going to score a run. Castillo in easily, and Owings going to try for 3. And he's in. And now the Diamondbacks are going to bring the tying run to the plate.
Owings definitely has a lot of speed.
just hasn't been easy this year for the Pirates bullpen.
Ball shoots the gap. And here's how you can tell Owen's speed. It's not all that far to the swimming pool. And he still gets the triple fairly easy. Gets in there. It's popped up out of his slide already by the time the ball got there. He can move. He showed us that on that long fly ball to center field. What was it, Marte hit? That he ran down. Is that Marte that hit that one out there? That he made that good catch on deep? I think it was Marte.
I believe so. Ray Searage out for a word. Well, the Diamondbacks with 2 here in the 8th. Both of those runs are credited to Vogelsong. Vogelsong gave up the leadoff home run to Tomas and then walked Castillo. And Neftali Feliz getting up for the 2nd time today. A strike to Peralta, who struck out both times. Owings at 3rd with 2 away. Peralta has homered in each of the 2 games of this series. But now Watson ahead, 2 strikes. Pirates will have Polanco, Stewart, and a pinch hitter due up in the 9th. And it'll either be Chafin, the lefty, or the closer, Brad Ziegler. That's got a lot of English on it. Mercer fielded that smoothly. Diamondbacks with 2. Pirates still up 2. Images on our Allegheny Health Network Super Bowl. Jonathan Jackson and E Nation coming to stage AE right here, 8-6. Diamondbacks making it interesting as we start the 9th. David Peralta is now in center field.
Well, we could use a little more breathing room. They scored 2 in the 8th to kind of make it interesting. We could at least get one of those back.
Gregory Polanco with a couple of hits today.
One would give you a little more room to breathe if Chafin's numbers on the year, and it would still be a save.
Chapin, number 40, is now batting 8.
Ball's a little low and away.
Brandon Drury back to right field. He had moved to third. Since Jake Lamb pinch hit, he's going to stay in the game over there. Polanco bidding for a 3-hit day. Got a strike in there. Pirates have collected 13 more hits this afternoon. And there's number 3 for Polanco.
Right up the pathway.
So Gregory Polanco with 3 hits today. Chris Stewart has an RBI single that came back in the 4th. Pirates have scored all their runs in the 3rd and 4th today. 3 in the 3rd, a 5-run 4th. Stewart has that average up to 313 and has hit lefties very well. Coming into action today, one of the best on base percentages, 432 against lefties since he's joined the Pirates. This might be 2. Ahmed finishes it off 4-6-3. First double play turned in the ball game.
Thought this last hop that it took right there might kind of handcuff him a little, but did a nice job with it. But Polanco got down there quick.
So Matt Joyce now pinch hitting for Tony Watson. Watson went an inning, gave up an inherited runner, a hit and a strikeout. Joyce getting a chance to face a lefty. And, with Cervelli getting the day off today, they're going to go with Joyce here, but there's been a few occasions where he's been able to see some left-handed pitching. And he's 1 for 3 against lefties.
Oh, a little short on the bench. You got to kind of go with who you got.
Cervelli's just able to zone out today.
You always want to try and save your catcher to the very end. He's normally the last man off the bench if you only carry 2 catchers, which most teams do.
Since 2012, following Joyce's All-Star season in 11, he's pretty much been a platoon player when he started and has hit .209 against lefties coming into this season over the previous 4 years in very limited action. So helps the more you see him. Now a strike. Now Mark Melanson getting up. Matt Joyce draws the walk. 2-out base runner Jordy Mercer will have his 6th at bat against Andrew Chafin. And the Pirates continue this road trip with a 4-game series from the Mile High City. Catch the first of these games tomorrow at 8 with Pirates pregame presented by WB Mason right here on Root Sports. Always adventurous. Jeff Locke will get the nod. Jordy Mercer with a pair of singles today. He scored a run.
Yeah, those Colorado games will probably be a lot like these three here. The Rocky teams already got off to a great start hitting home runs. So that will be one of the main things you're going to have to try to fight back against, is their ability to quickly strike.
Fascinated to see Trevor Story, who was the story the first week and a half of the season. Always a nice place to go. Pirates clinching the postseason last year. Evens the count at a ball and a strike. And Walker, you're right on. The Rockies are leading the National League in home runs, which isn't really all that much of a surprise usually. Now a ball and 2 strikes. The Rockies have actually hit more home runs on the road this year than they have at home. That's a little surprising.
That is a little different.
With the same amount of games.
Well, they have some legit power on that team. It's not just all about Coors Field.
Still got to take care of business here. The Diamondbacks with a couple of runs in the 8th. Had been quiet since the 3rd. Liriano 4 runs over 6. Settling down to retire 10 of the final 11. Wellington Castillo hitting a 3-run home run off the foul pole just above the outfield wall in left. Really making it look like a tougher afternoon for Liriano, but a little wobbly early, not bad, and then really sharp in that second half of his outing. Gene Segura will lead off the bottom of the 9th for Arizona. Paul Goldschmidt's going to get another at bat. And Mercer strikes out to end the Pirates' 9th. Mark Melancon coming on to try to save it. Finished in regulation. Rally Sally begs to differ, though, as we go to the 9th here in Arizona.
It's a little lonely up there.
She's been doing this since they opened this place 18 years ago. She does not stop until she gets enough, and she won't have enough unless the Diamondbacks come back. Highly unlikely against this man.
Opponent batting average a little higher maybe than normal.
Gave up those 3 successive singles in the 8th inning.
The one thing you always know, though, about Melanson, he's not going to catch what everyone else has as far as not being able to throw the ball where he wants to.
He recorded a 4-out save on Friday. First time he had done that since 2011 with Houston.
When he walks somebody, it's a story.
He faced 7 batters in that outing, but still only needed 19 pitches. Gene Segura, coming into today, tied for the league lead in hits, is without one. He's 0 for 4. Struck out 3 times and hit one back to the mound. And Melanson ahead, strike 1. Between Segura and Drury, who's on deck, if one gets aboard, that means Goldschmidt becomes the tying run here in the 9th. Harrison. It's out number 1.
Right fielder,
Melanson just does not give up solid contact, hardly ever. That cutter that he throws.
It's a great combination of absolute perfect control 99% of the time and the movement that he can put on the baseball.
It moves so late. Here's Drury. This one hit toward the gap in right center, and it'll drop in for a hit. And that means the tying run will come up with Goldschmidt coming to the plate. One hit a ton, just in the right place. Goldschmidt 3 for 6 in his career with a home run against Melanson. Has homered today.
Probably as good numbers against Melanson as anybody.
You don't see that very often unless you're one of the best, and this guy is. Need a big out right here. Up 2 in the 9th. Ball 1. Goldschmidt's made 2 errors today.
Last one along the costly side. He tried to get a force out at the plate through very high all the way to the screen.
(1-0) and a strike. Well placed.
It's like if he ran the ball in and handed it to Stewart, he couldn't put it in a better spot.
That's a guy that caught Goldschmidt's home run ball that just snuck over the wall back in the first inning. (1-1) hit well to right and deep. Polanco is out of room.
Same guy.
And the same guy catches both Goldschmidt home runs. And we are tied here in the 9th.
We're talking about the great control that Melanson has, and this ball was put right on the outside corner, but it just got a little higher than he wanted it. That ball slip up there a little bit, kind of mid-thigh area, And I think that's the height that Goldschmidt needed to lift the ball to the outfield.
Goldschmidt homered off Melanson back in 2011 when he was with Houston. Only the second man to do so multiple times in his career. First save not converted by Melanson this year. Now trying to keep it tied here in the bottom of the ninth. Tomas homered his last time. It's just never over here in Arizona. And that's why it's so important to try to keep the bases clear when Goldschmidt's batting. Always a threat.
Remember when he went to apologize for making those errors? This is why he doesn't have to apologize, because he can do things like this regularly.
That was the first home run in the first inning, and then the same guy. Gregory Polanco's not inviting him to dinner anytime soon. Tomas deep to right. This one's hooking. Foul. Mike Melanson gave up 4 home runs all of last year. Paul Goldschmidt, a game-tying 2-run home run here in the bottom of the ninth. Now 2-2. It has just not been easy for this Pirates bullpen here in the early going. Bullpen outstanding last year. Leading baseball in earned run average. And he gets Tomas once they complete the strikeout there.
And today also it went like you want it to go. And Watson for the 8th and Melanson for the 9th. Multiple run lead. It just, you're right. Nothing is coming easy for whatever reason. It's not always the same reason.
I don't know how many times in a ball game last year that Watson gave up a triple today. Melanson has given up a home run. I mean, both those guys. Everyone has an off day, but it has been very tough. The Diamondbacks with 2 in the 8th and 2 more here in the 9th. 2 outs for Castillo, who has hit 3 home runs in this series, and he has not been retired today. Here on this his 29th birthday. Three men on the left side of the infield. Now 2-0. Well, good thing the Pirates are getting this road trip out of the way early in the season. Arizona and Colorado. Never a fun one for pitchers. And we're seeing it again here this afternoon. 8-8 in the 9th.
Well, it kind of makes it rough as we're going through these 2 pretty good hitting ballparks, real good hitting ballparks, with our pitching not at its best, which is kind of making the road a little rougher than you'd like. A couple of tougher ballparks to pitch in when you got everything going perfect.
Fooled Castillo. Melanson trying to send it to a 10th inning. Both teams down to just 1 position player remaining. Two. Strike 3 call. And Melanson rebounds after the home run to strike out Tomas. He fans Castillo. But Paul Goldschmidt with a game-tying 2-run home run and extra innings coming up. And the man responsible, Paul Goldschmidt, with a pair of home runs. And a very handy fan in the right place at the right time again. Polanco running that in twice.
Hasn't moved. He's right in the same spot.
Lightning strikes twice here in Phoenix. No one remembers his 2 errors. Dos pelotas. He's got them both.
Oh, he's going to go back and get the other one. Make sure he shows us.
And now Brad Ziegler.
Been giving up some hits. Look at that batting average, .314.
Andrew McCutchen to start. Base hit, but he struck out 4 times today. Only the second time in a 9-inning game that he had struck out 4 times, but now we move to the 10th.
A little inside.
On a strike on McCutchen. Comes back with a strike. Has seen Ziegler well. 3 for 4. Tough to do. Righties that usually don't see him very well. He has converted 32 consecutive saves. This is not a save chance, of course, but showing how effective that he's been later in his career. Lamb was camped out right along the line.
Gardner gets the double.
Well, the Pirates have generated all their offense in the 3rd and 4th innings today. The Diamondbacks have had much of their offense coming in the later innings of this series. They've scored 12 times in the 8th and 9th innings in this 3-game series, including twice in the 8th and twice in the 9th here today.
Well, that would have been unheard of for anyone doing that against us last year.
Now Kyle Lobstein set to pitch the bottom of the 10th. Big hop for Segura.
He's got a strong arm for a second baseman, doesn't he?
Yeah, all those years playing shortstop in Milwaukee.
He likes to set that back foot and make use of that good strong arm of his. And a lot of second basemen, you see him, they'll go to that backhand up the middle, then they do the kind of jump throw.
Well, he's got plenty of arm for it.
Yeah, that's the second time I've seen him go up the middle like that with the backhand and then put that right foot in the grass so he can really get something on his throw because he knows he's got the big arm.
Starling Marte trying to add to a 3-hit day. Pirates have only played 1 extra inning game this year. That was game 2 of the season when they outlasted the Cardinals in 11. And in that game, Kyle Lobstein got the win, coming on in the 10th. And he will pitch the bottom half here this afternoon. .30 pitch.
.30 green light. I think he kind of swung at a edge pitch. I don't want him to wait .30 to hit something a little deeper into that strike zone. Got fooled with that movement, though.
(3-1) and now full.
It showed a lot of patience to get the 3-0, but then kind of let it escape him.
Good burrowing movement down on that sinker. Comes back to strike him out. Buckles down in order in the 10th. Still tied at 8. Tenth inning here in Phoenix. The winner takes the series. Diamondbacks coming back late to tie. Paul Goldschmidt 2-run home run with 1 out in the 9th. One of 2 home runs today. That's why we're here. And Kyle Lobstein, the 5th Pirates hurler.
ERA a little on the high side, but has that win you were talking about earlier in extra innings. Turned that 1 into a 2 today.
Jake Lamb now in at third base. Takes ball 1. And now ball 2 from Lobstein. Well, he pitched the only other extra inning game coming on in the 10th. Ended up earning the victory. He was back on the 2nd day of the season against the Cardinals. Lamb down the line. This one will drift foul. And strike 2.
Like Lamb gave a little ground there on that breaking pitch.
Ahmed to follow a righty batter, then likely a pinch hitter. That's low 3-2. The last man on the Diamondbacks bench is Chris Herman. There's Ahmed. Unless they use a pitcher. Lamb comes back and works a leadoff walk here in the 10th, and he's the winning run. Pirates have walked 5 today. The Diamondbacks have walked 5. Ahmed 0 for 3 with a walk. 8-8 tie here in the 10th.
It's like Ahmed's hitting. Didn't see him run his hand up the bat.
Indeed, Chris Herman out on deck. He was one of the heroes yesterday. Drove in 4 runs and homered. Diamondbacks even the series with a win yesterday. And that will advance the runner into scoring position.
That was not a good time for a wild pitch. Guess it never is a good time, but especially extra innings with a leadoff walk.
There's the pitch. And now 2-0. So Ahmed may try to move him to third here. If the Diamondbacks score, they're going to come back and win this game. There's nobody out here in the 10th. Ball 3, snap throw to second, and a little short. Lamb had to scramble to get back. And a really good stop by Mercer. That ball can't go into center field.
He started to turn his hips a little bit. He turns his hips just a little more toward third base, and it'd have had him.
3-0 pitch and a strike. A walk and a wild pitch. And the Diamondbacks have the potential winning run at second base with nobody out here in the 10th. They scored twice in the 8th, twice in the 9th. 3-1. Bunted. He's going to get the third. And Harrison with a good stretch to get the first out, but now the Diamondbacks with the winning run 90 feet away with 1 out.
That was a real nice stretch by Jay. A little worried about that throw. Jay's not the biggest guy in the world. And he had to really reach to keep that one out of the right field corner and keep us still playing.
90 feet away. Jake Lamb, a decent runner, and Chris Herman drove in 4, hit a home run yesterday. He was 1 for 20 coming in. They hit 146 last year with the Twins. Infield in, the pitch. Knocked down by Rodriguez. The throw, the tag, and he's out. And that's a huge second out here in the 10th inning.
Yeah, it is. Big play.
It takes an infielder to make that good backhand. Got the tag, stayed inside the line, not blocking the plate. Stewart held the ball in there. Nicely executed.
And now nobody's in scoring position either.
Just Herman on at first.
When he saw he was going to be out by that much, Lamb probably should have got a rundown.
That's right. Try to get Herman at least to second base.
Yeah, and I don't know if he could have. I don't know how well. I mean, Herman's catcher, probably not the fastest guy in the world, but
David Peralta still a threat at the plate. 0 for 3 today.
That play's right in front of you. You can see that you're going to be out easy.
Well, Lopsey's been able to face 3 out of 4 lefties here. But Peralta homered in each of the first 2 games of this series. 8-8 tie in the 10th. 2 outs. In case you're wondering why does he come home, he's sent on contact, because most often that ball's not going to be hit right to one of those drawn-in infielders. He's taking the chance. Now a ball and a strike. If the Pirates can get this to the 11th, Harrison, Rodriguez, and Polanco would face Daniel Hudson. Now 2-1. A 2-1. Got a strike over, evens it.
Nice pitch there. Just barely tickling that outside corner. Barely high enough. Beautiful pitch. This is the type of, at the point of the game, you got to make pitches like that, or you have to try.
2-2. Foul ball.
This is the opposite of when you're a starting pitcher in the first couple innings. You know, you kind of go for that heart of the strike zone. Don't walk anybody. No such luxury for a reliever in a tight game late.
This inning started with a leadoff walk. Jake Lamb moved to second on a wild pitch. Nick Ahmed sacrificed him to third. And Chris Herman hit a ball right to Rodriguez at first, forced out at the plate. Winner will take the series. The winner will be above 500 as well. Well, now Lobstein's gone full on Peralta. Gene Segura waiting. He's 0 for 5 today, and this is a hit machine ready to be due. Don't want to see him. Remember, the runner is on the move now that it's gone to 3-2.
Has to be careful, though. You make sure that Lobstein's going home. You don't want to get picked off.
Three-two again. He struck him out. And Peralta breaks his bat. 9-pitch at bat, and Lobstein finishes him off. And we go to the 11th thanks to that great play by Sean Rodriguez. Scoreless 10th. To the 11th we go. Still knotted at 8.
Now pitching, number 41, Daniel Hudson.
89 upstairs.
And he was not happy.
That's a hot zone for Peralta too.
And there goes the bat. Well, that was a nice job by Lobstein. He was in a mess, and he wiggled away. Now it's Daniel Hudson's turn for the Snakes. He hasn't given up much of anything. Obviously, with a .071 batting average. Wow.
Hudson pitched a 1-2-3 inning last night, 9 pitches. Josh Harrison batting for the first time, came in as a defensive replacement when Rodriguez shifted over to first. And that's what's interesting. You know, we've talked about how well John Jaso has played over at first base, and he has. Clint Hurdle still uses Sean Rodriguez late in games over at first base in close games. And I can't tell you if Jaso would have made that play or not. Who knows? But Sean Rodriguez did on that terrific backhand play, and that saved the ball game. Rodriguez will bat next.
He is a truly great utility player.
Broke his bat and one out in the 11th.
Yeah, it's not like Sean can just play everywhere either. Wherever he goes, he's probably going to at some point turn in an above average defensive play.
And he's been taking the bat with him. One of the longest home runs we've seen in a while. And that one's sneaking over. He homered in each of the first 2 games of this series. How about another?
He's had a couple long ones this year. Hit the one off to Rotunda at home, down the line. That'd have been out on Federal Street if he hadn't hit the Rotunda.
That was a really, really long home run. He leads the club with 3 home runs. Lamb hugging the bag at third. And now 2 strikes. I think he might be thinking a little bit of the same thing. Pirates scoring all their runs in the 3rd and 4th innings. 0-2 from Hudson. Pirates have not had a runner in scoring position since Polanco doubled in the 6th. And he was stranded there. Rodriguez has struck out 3 times in a row now.
Right fielder, Gregory Polanco.
That's some heat. 96 right down the chute. Polanco's double in the 6th.
Hit one out of here, Gregory.
He's got 3 hits today.
Put one in the swimming pool, huh? Right into the pool. Come on.
Well, he's got a good count now. 2 balls and no strikes. Polanco has that average up to 318. And now 3-0 on him. Remember, Polanco's been so good at getting on. Pitch effect says ball 3.
Yeah. Good call.
You won that one, Marvin Hudson. Had to take a chance of that pitch up. Well, the Diamondbacks are out of position players. The Pirates still have Francisco Cervelli. If this inning continues, Stewart is next, and then the pitcher spot with Phillies ready if needed. Clint Hurdle has kept Phillies in reserve. That one may have
Yeah, I don't like the
hurt
way he
Polanco
reacted there.
Tomczyk is out.
Okay, he reached up to his shoulder, did he? Did he reach up and grab his left shoulder or his right shoulder? Right shoulder.
Not sure what happened.
Yes. Everybody's headed back, so it must be fine.
Maybe just a little cramp or something. I'm not sure. They tell you to hydrate, hydrate, hydrate out here. Maybe at the end of a long game. We're in the 11th. Count is now full. Hudson has worked it that way. And the pitch. Polanco's going to work the walk. And he'll stay at first after that ball gets away. So now the go-ahead run is aboard. And Chris Stewart coming up here with 2 outs in the 11th.
Now, how long will Polanco stay at first?
Catcher Chris Stewart.
29, Cervelli, now on deck.
He wants to get in scoring position.
Stewart 1 out of 5 today. RBI single back in the 4th. Outfield still playing no doubles defense, as is Lamb hugging the line over at third. 8-8 tie in the 11th.
Not a real big lead at all from Polanco.
And Francisco Cervelli, so much for a day off.
He's rested. He's ready to go now.
He got his 9 innings off. Last position player available to the Pirates with the pitcher spot on deck. That's a little low.
A smidgen or so. It's all right. You get 2 left.
Another toss over. That one almost getting away from Goldschmidt. Now the 0-1 and a little low. You ready for Coors Field, Bob?
Yep.
Dodgers score 5 in the 9th and win 12-10 today in Denver.
I'm ready.
The Diamondbacks with 2 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th to come back and tie today. Pirates trying to retake the lead. Ahmed hits the force. And we'll go to the bottom of the 11th. Still tied at 8. Us here today is Jason Rogers with his first Pirates hit, a 2-run triple. Pirates scoring all 8 runs in the 3rd and 4th, and then with a 2-run lead in the 9th. Paul Goldschmidt, the second of 2 home runs in the 10th inning. With a runner at 3rd and 1 out, Sean Rodriguez throwing out the runner, and then Peralta striking out. Kyle Lobstein was in a heap of trouble, and he got out of it unscathed. And our in-game box score, 3-hit days for Marte, Polanco. All the runs coming early. Pirates still need another. But first, they'll require another 0 for Mr. Lobstein. Top of the order with Segura, Drury, and then Paul Goldschmidt.
And then another 0 after that. From someone else, probably. That's the bad thing about being extra innings on the road. You're definitely at a disadvantage when you don't score. You know that to win the game, you're going to have to get those guys out at least 2 more innings. This inning now, and then another one. Hopefully after you score.
Well, the pitcher spot due up to lead off the 12th, and Mercer and McCutcheon if it gets there. Shane Segura is 0 for 6.
That's why you have that old saying that you play for a tie at home and play to win on the road. Just because of that scenario of home team getting hit last when they're in the extra innings. And it makes a difference to your strategy, how you play it, both as players, pitchers, and managers.
Tyler Clippard getting loose. In case there is a 12th inning. If there is, that will be the longest game in terms of innings this year for the Pirates. And they'll take it. Now 1-1 on Brandon Drury. Started off the game 0 for 3, then doubled in the 7th, singled in the 9th. 2-1 on him. I've said it all afternoon. You don't want to have men on from Paul Goldschmidt. It doesn't matter in extra innings.
Nope.
Now 2-2. You were saying it, Bob, earlier this weekend. Let's get out of here before Goldschmidt wakes up. Well, the giant has arisen.
Yeah, he woke up today. So we were like Jack, and we were up the beanstalk, and he was still sleeping. We get the goose and get out of town though in time.
Base hit for Drury.
It's going to be a test. The throw way off the mark. Polanco's got the arm to keep him or to throw him out, but it just wasn't accurate.
And the Pirates are going to have to deal with a man in scoring position again.
Yeah, if he would have got that on the bag, the test would have been won by Polanco.
Well, do you walk Goldschmidt with first base open? Yep, the Pirates are going to do that. Why face him? Yasmani Tomas is no slouch, but Goldschmidt is otherworldly. And then you set up the double play.
Yeah, he's the monster. You don't want to wake up. He's starting to move around, obviously, today.
Only run that matters is Drury at second. There's the intentional pass. One of those guys is going to be a little happier than the other. When we
Neither
don't
one
know.
of them look very happy right now.
8-8 in the 11th. Drury, the potential winning run at second. Yasmani Tomas, 2 for 5. He homered back in the 8th. He does not run well. Could use a ground ball, get out of it, send it to the 12th. Ball 1.
Outfield get as close as they can so they can have some kind of a chance at making a play at the plate.
And now a ball and a strike on Tomas.
It's like you can't come in too far because you don't want to just a regular fly ball to get over your head, win the game that way. So you just try to cheat in as close as you can, close as you dare, I guess.
Lobstein sets and looks towards second. Lobstein worked around trouble in the 10th inning. The Diamondbacks had a runner at third with 1 out. Lamb thrown out at the plate, coming home on contact. Now Drury at second with 1 out. And the 1-1. 1-2. Tomas's home run to lead off the 8th started a 2-run 8th. And then Goldschmidt's game-tying 2-run home run in the 9th is why we're here in the 11th. Still 1-2 on Tomas. Rogers with a 2-run triple today. Seems like a long time ago. 1-2. And he could not hold up. Lobstein strikes out Tomas for the second out. Lobstein has gotten some big strikeouts here in extra innings.
That's a big one there. He fell behind him. First pitch up and in. He was just trying to crowd him a little bit. But he able to get a kind of a chase there with that second strike that got him kind of back into things. And then I guess he's kind of looking for a breaking ball here because this is a fastball well outside. For some reason started the bat out after it.
Pickoff play at second.
Woo, close.
Drury barely got in. He broke late. Ooh. He's the potential winning run, but now with 2 away. Castillo on his birthday takes a strike. He's hit a 3-run home run off the left field foul pole, singled and walked twice today. Drury not more than an average runner at second base. Here's the 0-1. Inside, a ball and a strike. Can Lobstein get one more big out? I certainly hope so. We're in the 11th. Now 2-1. And the pitch. Freeze. Gets it across and we'll go to a 12th inning. Lobstein works his magic again. 8-8 going to the 12th. Here at Chase Field, Pirates and Diamondbacks knotted at 8. And Kyle Lobstein, 2 scoreless in extra innings. And now the 7th Diamondbacks pitcher today.
Tyler Clippert's done well to this point of the year. A couple of wins. Has not given up a run. Still doesn't have an ERA. Need to change that.
And they tried to get Francisco Cervelli a day off, but he's going to pinch hit for Lobstein to start the 12th inning. Pirates have not had a man in scoring position since the 6th. This is after peppering Robbie Ray and Tyler Wagner. They scored all 8 of their runs in the 3rd and 4th innings. Paul Goldschmidt, a pair of home runs, including the game tire in the 9th off Melanson, a 2-run shot. Cervelli pinch hitting for the first time.
Clippard looking down at the mound like it grabbed him.
One-0. Got a strike to Cervelli. Diamondbacks have 2 pitchers remaining and no position players. Not counting other starting pitchers. Here's the 1-1 from Clippard. And a ball blasted into center, a base hit for Cervelli. Pinch hit single for Cervelli. And the Pirates in business here in the 12th.
Hit hard right back through the middle. Now, how would the Pirates play this? Will they bunt Mercer?
Mercer 2 for 6 with a pair of singles. I'm not sure. Cervelli runs okay. See if they try to get him in a scoring position or swinging away here. They're going to try to play for the single run. Here in the top half of the inning, you don't have to necessarily play for 1 run, but the way it's been tough, you know.
What would the Diamondbacks do then? McCutchen, he's had a few problems this afternoon, but do you pitch to him with an open base? Love this part of the ball game. Tie games, extra innings.
A 1. Bunt is down. And Clippard gets the out.
We'll find out now what they're going to do.
1-4 sacrifice. Mercer does his job. And Cervelli in scoring position. First time in 6 innings we've seen a good scoring chance for the Buccos. And Mike Butcher is going to make his way out and join the fray.
Until Clippard, yeah, I'd probably say he got an open base, so just try to make sure he hits your pitch. Don't give in. That's if he didn't say we're going to walk him. But Clippard's been around for so long, he pretty much knows. He knows what the game situation is. His pitching strategy will be accordingly.
McCutchen has homered off Clippard before. He's 4 for 11 against the Sidewinder. Ball 1. McCutchen today 1 for 6.
Playing him deep.
Very deep for McCutchen. Cervelli. That one trickles away.
Not far, though, and Cervelli's going to be out. Just didn't read how far that ball had.
You know, I think he saw.
away.
I think he saw the ball, but he didn't know where Ahmed was. I think that's what he didn't know. Didn't look like, because he looked at the ball and then Ahmed came running in from like behind him. I don't think he knew he was that close. He was just thinking, "There's the ball. There's Segura, right there." He's gonna look up. He sees the ball. He never,
Yeah,
ever,
that's right.
ever considered where Ahmed was. It's just a heck of a play by the shortstop to get over there and get to that ball. But Segura wasn't going to do it, and that was what the read was Cervelli. He saw Segura and he knew that he could get to third before Segura could get him out, and never really gave a thought to where Ahmed might be.
See if the Pirates can start a new rally here in the 12th. Now full on McCutchen. One swing of the bat could put the Pirates in the lead. And Nick Ahmed, we've seen in this series, he's a very heady and deft fielding shortstop, and he's made a potentially game-saving play for Arizona.
One of the best defensive shortstops in baseball.
That's why they moved Chris Owings to the outfield when they got Segura in that trade. Well, McCutchen works the walk. And David Freese is going to get another chance.
Third baseman David Freese.
Lead off, I should say, first inning double for Freese. Also doubled in the third. Part of that 3-run third inning. He's walked twice today. McCutchen has stolen one base.
He's got a decent lead over at first.
Got to get back into scoring position. Not going. This one blasted to the gap in right center. Good read for McCutchen. He's around second. He's around third. Rick Schofield waving him home. Here's the throw. He's in. And David Freese does it again with another double. And the Pirates have the lead 9-8.
That is pretty clutch right there. 2-out double. Opposite field gap. Outstanding.
That is a huge double, the third of the day for David Freese.
And now Clippard's got himself an ERA.
Fastball right down the middle, and he took care of it. And with 2 outs, no problem. A good cut of the bag at third, too. Making sure it wasn't going to be a close play. First time in Freese's career he's hit 3 doubles. Starling Marte. Foul ball. You think about it, and how deflating does it feel? You know, Cervelli is aboard and you're playing for that 1 run. Still didn't see Ahmed sneak behind him on that ball trickling away. McCutchen works the walk with 2 outs, and then David Freese drives him in.
Remember the big smile Clippard had on his face right after that happened?
All gone.
There he was, yep.
And Feliz will likely come on and
kind of jinxed himself by getting all excited.
trying to wrap it up. There's no jinxes. 0-1. This one hit to left. That'll bring home Freese. Starling Marte with a big 2-out hit. Trying for 2. He is out. The run is across, though. The run is in.
Marte thinks he's safe.
Well, the Pirates don't have a challenge. They could ask the umpires to look for it. But the umpires don't have to agree to look at that. Pirates do not have a challenge. The umpires do agree, and they will look to see if Marte beat out that tag from Segura.
Which looks like he did.
Very close play. Either way, the run counts. No matter what, the Pirates have struck for 2 here in the 12th.
The runner is out at second base. Calls an issue with the manager challenged by the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Pirates lead 10-8 here in the 12th. Now, if they overturn this, the inning can continue with Josh Harrison on deck. Otherwise, the inning ends. What do you think?
I think from the very first view that he was in there.
Boom. Yeah,
that looked like he might have been out. I don't know.
Very close.
First view, I thought he was in there.
This is a crew chief review as the Pirates used a challenge and did not have a call overturned. David Freese thrown out of the plate in the 5th inning.
It's one of those that looks like all the angles we've seen is so close. I don't know if there's any reason to overturn it. Whether they need like some kind of clear and convincing evidence or something like that. What's the exact wording? But it's got to be pretty obvious for them to overturn one.
Well, either way, Marte has his 4th hit. That ties his career high. Allegheny Health Network Supermo. Look at that.
Still hasn't. There's touched it. Yep, maybe it.
Great vantage point.
Inch and a half or so from the bat. Yeah, that after seeing that, I wouldn't even bother looking at another replay. Right? If you're in the.
And they look at all relevant angles.
Well, after seeing that one, what would a different angle show you?
Well, Marte will be credited with a single and a very important insurance run. 10-8 as we go to the bottom of the 12th. In the top of the 12th, Andrew McCutchen drawing that 2-out walk. David Freese with a run-scoring double to the gap in right center. And then Starling Marte following with a run-scoring single on a very close play. Now, if the run comes across the plate before the third out is recorded on a non-forced play, it counts. And there's Freeze right there. And Segura already in the process of trying to tag. That's how close it was to not having that run.
And that's why, even if you know you're scoring easy, not going to be a play on you, you still have to run hard all the way through the plate because you don't know with 2 outs what's happening behind you.
So Neftali Feliz.
I mean, you could have easily, I mean, he knows his ball's down the line. He could have cruised home, not running hard at all. But if he would have done that, now Marte gets thrown out trying to get the double, and Freeze maybe just a step from home.
Cost you a run.
So you got to run hard all the way through the plate, even if the play is somewhere else.
This one is going to get into the seats. Jake Lamb to lead it off. Nick Ahmed. And then the Diamondbacks are out of pinch hitters. So Zach Greinke, who is always chomping at the bit to swing a bat, will probably be the third hitter in this 12th inning. Meanwhile, Feliz kept in reserves by Clint Hurdle. He had warmed up twice tonight. 10 saves last year. Very accomplished closer.
It's another little difference in the strategy. You have to, when you're on the road, you get in this situation, you can't throw your closer out there, or Feliz is kind of like a closer. Can't just throw him out there. You got to save him for when you get the save opportunity.
Mark Melancon giving up a 2-run home run to Goldschmidt in the bottom of the 9th.
You're the home team. Game's over when you score. There will be no save opportunity. You can use your closer anytime you want earlier to try and hold the team down, put a 0 up.
And that's what Chip Hale did, using Ziegler in the 10th. With 2 runs across off Clippard. And all 3 outs of that inning, Clippard got 2 on the bases and 1 via the sacrifice. Pirates reawakening offensively in that 12th. And now 3 outs away from winning the series. And yet another game in the Wild West. Now full 3-2 on Lamb. Any runner that gets aboard brings the tying run to the plate. Nick Ahmed to follow. And a leadoff walk in the 12th.
Shortstop, Nick Ahmed.
Something that Feliz has been so good at this year. First time he walks a batter is here in extra innings. In his 11th appearance. And Ahmed swings and misses. 0 for 3 today. Now 1-1. Zach Greinke has moved out on deck. He has been used as a pinch hitter before. There's a strike, but not in 3 years. Diamondbacks out of position players. Carrying the extra reliever, only 4 men on their bench. One, 2. And Ahmed with another chance.
Some flashy shoes out there. Really?
Yeah, I got some
Very colorful. Go with the glove.
Yeah. Nice bright laces.
Well, it jumps out at you as you.
Still 1-2.
We were talking was just a couple days ago. That's still an area where the guys can kind of individualize their look a little bit, do something different with the shoes. Well, with just the all black socks, didn't have the stripes on. Some of the other guys feature.
Now 2-2. Now Phillies was wobbly in the closer role last year with Texas and then moved on to Detroit. He has pitched so effectively as a setup man, not walking a batter. He's walked the leadoff man here today in Lamb, and now 2-2 on Ahmed. Liriano, Vogelsong, Watson, Melanson, Lobstein with 2 scoreless innings. Now Phillies. We're in the 12th. Pirates lead 10-8.
Really a big out for Phillies to get. You get the 8 pitcher on deck, and if you lose Ahmed, then you put Greinke in a situation where he could just go up and just have to sacrifice bunt to move the tying run in second base.
Phillies has needed 8 pitches to walk Lamb. Now the 9th one coming up here to Ahmed.
This is the hitter you got to get right here. This is the out.
Now it's full. Because David Peralta would follow Greinke. He's homered twice in this series. I mean, you just don't want to get too far down the rung here. (3-2), and he struck him out. And Nick Ahmed, he better not get thrown out for Arizona's sake. There's no one to replace him.
I think that ball was inside.
And he's thrown out from the game. Wow. And now he's really going to let Marvin Hudson have it. Pitch effects showed that inside. You can hear him up here. It's not a strike, he says.
Well, it is if the umpire says it is.
Well, the Diamondbacks out of position players. It may not matter.
You can watch pitch effects. The ball's off the plate inside. There's no doubt about that. But you can't get thrown out of the ball game.
Can't argue balls and strikes. And not for that long, at least. So Zach Greinke, 4th plate appearance in his career pinch hitting.
See, this is what you wanted to do. You had to get the out, get Ahmad out, so that Greinke has to swing the bat. He's not in a situation where you just go up there and sacrifice bunt, something he's probably much more likely to be successful at than his hitting.
Greinke, a .225 career hitter with 6 home runs. So he's nothing to be.
No, he's a good hitting pitcher.
I mean, he has a higher career batting average than Ahmed, the preceding hitter, who's just been ejected.
Can't play shortstop like he does.
Don't tell Zach Greinke that.
Yeah, he might think he can. Shortstops don't make that kind of money, though.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Unless you're a Yankee.
Well, think about this too. You get a ground ball, you can win the ball game. And Freeze keeps it in the infield at least.
Guess I was wrong, huh?
Zach Greinke with his first career pinch hit.
Got up there and had to swing the bat, couldn't sacrifice, and now he's the tying run. And Freeze kind of saves the day. That ball gets down in the corner. That's an easy double for Greinke, and now the other tying runs in scoring position. Now Greinke comes off for a pinch runner.
Shelby Miller is going to pinch run. Don't want to expose the #1 starter. You use the #2 starter, I guess, right? Here's David Peralta. Tying runs aboard in the 12th. He's homered twice in this series. He's 0 for 4 tonight and has moved into tonight. We're in the 12th. Pirates with 2 atop this inning. And the Diamondbacks have just not gone away at all in this series. Well, he's trying to earn his first save of the year. Jake Lamb at second. Shelby Miller is at first base. Now 1-1. The Diamondbacks have used 21 players on their 25-man roster. This one hit well to center. McCutchen back, and he can't get it. Lamb is going to score. Shelby Miller held at third. And a ripping double by David Peralta. Now the tying run 90 feet away here in the 12th.
And now that situation where you play to win on the road instead of tie. Now you got to bring the infield in. You got to play to win. If you're going to play to tie, you play the infield back.
The Diamondbacks have scored 13 runs after the 8th inning in this series. 8th inning and beyond. A pinch hit by Zach Greinke in this inning.
Now with the winning run out of second base, you're forced to play the infield in.
Ray Searage talking with Phillies. Shelby Miller got a huge jump on that ball. The starting pitcher is the potential tying run, and David Peralta the potential winning run. 1 out in the 12th, just after the Pirates scored twice. Now Gene Segura, who's 0 for 6. Infield in with 1 out. Strike 1.
The outfield fairly deep everywhere except right field.
And strike 2.
Wow, he's just come right at him with a good heat.
This will be pitch number 28 from Phillies here in the 12th. Base hit in the left, and we're tied again. Shelby Miller scores And the Diamondbacks never go away.
He went for the strikeout. He threw the breaking ball down and away. And Segura able to find the hole in that drawn in infield. Now, do they play back for 2? Or are they going to? They're going to come in and play on the grass. The outfield obviously has to come into the kind of play to their arm strength. They can only be as deep as they think they can throw somebody out on a sac fly. No reason to go any deeper than that.
First pitch. Popped him up, foul out of play. Brandon Drury with 3 straight hits. 2 doubles and a single, including a double last inning. The Diamondbacks with 2 in the 8th, 2 in the 9th to tie off Melanson, 2 here in the 12th off Phillies to tie at 10. The winning run, Peralta at 3rd with 1 out. Here's Feliz' 30th pitch, and strike 2. If the Pirates can get it to the 13th inning, the Diamondbacks are going to have to use a pitcher in the field. They've used 21 of their 25 players, and they've gotten every ounce out of all of them. 0-2 from Feliz. Gene Segura now at 2nd on defensive indifference. Evan Marshall loosening if we see a 13th inning. The Diamondbacks have Marshall, Burgos, who pitched yesterday, Ruby De La Rosa, yesterday's starting pitcher, and Patrick Corbin. Those are the only players left. And one of them would have to play the field after Nick Ahmed was ejected. 1-2 from Feliz. He struck him out. That's a huge strikeout for Neftali Feliz.
They got him to chase upstairs. That's what the power fastball will do. You get it elevated a little bit, and it's very hard for anybody to get up on top of it.
But now, with 2 outs, they're going to walk Paul Goldschmidt with first base open.
Whoa.
And that one almost got by Stewart.
That was almost the end of the game. How about that? If the game ended on an intentional walk. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Well, that's why it's not automatic. This would load the bases for Yasmani Tomas, who has homered in this game. Goldschmidt has homered twice. Pick your poison. Tomas has also struck out twice in his last 2 trips. There's ball 4. So now anything can win the game for the Diamondbacks in terms of a walk, a hit batter, a base hit. But if you get the batter, it doesn't matter.
A lot of pressure on the catcher, Stewart, in this scenario. He can't let anything get by.
That's the winning run. Peralta at 3rd. Neftali Feliz. Has he got enough left? Strike 1. Let's say he does.
Pitch number 37 for Feliz.
4 of those were the tosses, of course, but
Yeah.
Oh, 1. Strike 2. Mano y mano. Can Phillies get us to the 13th? Bend but don't break. 2 across for the Diamondbacks. Winning run at third. 2 outs. 0-2. And another foul. And we'll do it again.
You love it to this inning over on a strikeout. And right now you're in the driver's seat. If you allow him to put the ball in play, who knows what might happen. So right now you want to strike him out. Got him set up.
0-2. He struck him out. Phillies, after allowing the 2 runs, strikes out Drury. He strikes out Tomas and will go to the 13th in the Wild West. Neftali Feliz bends but doesn't break.
He really kind of went to the whip, went to his number 1, the power pitch, and just kept it upstairs and kept trying to throw it by him to get that strikeout. Look, all 4 pitches right there in a line, all of them 94, 95.
It doesn't get any crazier than this.
Yeah, we got a score now.
Shelby Miller, one of their starting pitchers, is now in left field because Nick Ahmed got ejected for arguing balls and strikes in the 12th inning. Chappelle has no one left. He's used 22 of his 25. That's number 22, Evan Marshall.
So if you're Marshall, you got to think, I might be out here a while.
Strike to Josh Harrison. Yasmani Tomas now in right field. He's moved over from left. Brandon Drury has moved from right to third, from right now to second base, and Gene Segura is the shortstop. Harrison into right. And that's a fair ball. Extra bases for Josh Harrison to start the 13th inning.
Dropped that baby right on the chalk. And going that way the entire time. You can tell by the swing. He's trying to hit the ball to right field.
Fifth double for Josh Harrison. He entered this game in the 9th. Now Sean Rodriguez.
He'll be also trying to hit the ball to right field if he's not bunting.
10-10 in the 13th. And strike one. Rodriguez has struck out his last 3 times up, but he drove in a run with a single back in the 3rd. This game now more than 5 hours old. So that was, to say the least, a while back. Go ahead, run at second, nobody out. That one blasted into left. Shelby Miller back on it. He'll have to play it off the wall. Harrison will score. And a double for Sean Rodriguez puts the Bucks back up on top.
This is like like a heavyweight fight. Guys are just trading punches. They score, we score, they score, we score. Pow! The breaking ball was knee high. Didn't get it away though. Left it inside half. Miller does a nice job. Look at that. He sets up perfectly for the rebound. Turns. Makes the throw in a second.
And Polanco will advance the runner to 3rd.
Yep, did his job. Sets up a second run now.
And an insurance run, and everybody knows we need it. Everybody needs it. Shelby Miller, a standout at Brownwood High School in Texas. Quite an arm.
What was impressive there is the way he was able to immediately turn his back and set up for that rebound, get the bounce off the wall. He didn't get himself too close so the ball would bounce by him. He just set up, got the ball, came right back to him and knew where he wanted to throw it also.
Infield in for Chris Stewart, 1 for 6 tonight. Castillo can't find it, but Rodriguez doesn't dare. Pirates have retaken the lead here in the 13th. And a fly ball or one shot through that drawn in infield could add another.
What a game.
John Neese is out on deck. And they're going to walk Stewart to face the pitcher Neese, who would be a pinch hitter. The Pirates also out of position players. Neese would be the 19th player used by the Pirates today. The Diamondbacks have used 22. And with Shelby Miller playing in the outfield, or take you back to 1979 when Kent DeColby had to play in left field. And Darrell Evans lofting one out to him. Hey, I got this one.
Put it away. That wasn't a case where they were out of players though. That was a case where they wanted to have Teague stay in the game in case that wasn't the last out. Then he could go back and pitch again. He went from the mound to the outfield, and then a little different scenario.
And the ball will find you. So here's John Neese pinch hitting, batting for Phillies, a 152 career hitter without a home run. Looking for his first career sacrifice fly. Now the Pirates have blown 2 saves in this game, yet have a chance to win. Up a run in the 13th. It has been a wild series. This one, the wildest. good cut.
Nice rip.
Phillies gave up 3 hits, walked 2, but struck out 3 and stranded the bases loaded in a tie game in the 12th inning. After allowing the 2 runs, he threw 40 pitches in the 12th. Rodriguez 90 feet away with an important insurance run. 1-1 from Marshall. Fouled off. 1-2 on John Neese. Marshall sets the pitch. Now 2-2.
Think how much fun this is for the pitchers. not the pitchers that are doing the pitching, but the pitchers that are getting to do things that they're not normally asked to. Pinch hit, run the bases, play the outfield. It's like being back in a high school game.
The pitch. Pop foul and out of play. John Neese did have a pinch hit in his career. He's 1 for 3 as a pinch hitter. That came back in 2011. And Archimedes Caminero will be the 3rd Pirate to try to convert the save here tonight. Two and 2 on John Neese, the pinch hitter. Wouldn't that be something if he hits one to Shelby Miller, the left fielder?
I just don't want him to hit a ground ball to the middle infield.
There's Shelby Miller, who's already fielded a ball in left field after Nick Ahmed was ejected for arguing balls and strikes in the 12th.
Anything but a double play ball.
How about a walk? 3-2. There's a liner. Foul.
Man.
This is a pretty good at bat from John Neese.
Yeah, real good at bat.
Man.
That's exactly what I was just talking about. How much fun this is for those guys to be. I mean, they'll think about this for so long, this game, getting to do this stuff. Miller out in left field. He'll be thinking about that ball he played off the wall.
8th pitch coming. And we'll see another. Hey, if nothing else, John Neese, working Marshall here. And like you said, as long as he doesn't bounce into 2, Mercer will have a little bit more of a fatigued Evan Marshall. Jeff Branson coaching him up. Just like I taught him. Pitch number 9 coming to Neese.
Yes.
There's a base hit. Sean Rodriguez is in. Pirates lead it 12-10.
Will he give the sign? Yes, he did.
What a great time for his 2nd career pinch hit.
He just kept fighting and battling and slapped that ball out in the left field. Look at that.
Right to Shelby Miller. So they walk Stewart to get to Neese. And on the 9th pitch of the at bat, a pinch hit, the 2nd of his career. So both Greinke and Neese have pinch hits in this game.
Ban the DH.
It's not over yet. Here's Jordy Mercer. Couple of hits. He's 2 for 6 with a sacrifice.
Well, the Pirates end up with the W here. They're going to roll into Denver on a pretty emotional high, wouldn't you think?
I would say so. Pirates have 20 hits now. Lead runner is Stewart, who they walk to get to Neese. Neese at first. 1-1 to Mercer. Might be 2. Segura to Drury. On to Goldschmidt. Bucks get 2. Can they hold them? It's 12-10. John Neese, the pinch hitter, driving in one of the 2 runs in the top of the 13th. 12-10. The Buccos on top. They banged out 20 hits tonight. Can they hold them? 3rd time's a charm.
Come on, 3 outs. Let's go. We can do it. 1, 2, 3 inning.
Caminero, a scoreless inning yesterday.
8 pitches, huh?
We'll take 40.
Well, no, but I mean, I think the last inning should be kind of an uncharacteristic inning.
Oh, I see. Yeah, Phillies needed 40 to navigate through the 12th.
I mean, how many pitches have been thrown in this ball game
I'll work
by
on
both teams? You figure that out real quick, right?
I don't know about real quick.
They'll have that down.
We've seen now 42 players in this game. That's the 20th player in Caminero, who will face Castillo, Lamb, and then guess what? A pinch hitter or Marshall, if they choose to keep their pitcher in. We may see a 43rd. And now a strike. Melanson gave up a 2-run home run to Goldschmidt in the 9th. Feliz wavered, giving up 2 in the 12th, but stranded the bases loaded to keep this going to the 13th. 2-1. Now 2-2 on Castillo, who homered way back in the 3rd inning here on his 29th birthday. Sean Rodriguez followed Josh Harrison's leadoff double in the top of the 13th with one of his own, driving in the go-ahead run. Two. Another Tapper foul. Now the pitch and a liner, base hit in the left. Because you know it don't come easy.
I guess not.
Rally Sally. That's an empty seat. She helped him through it earlier. Rally Sally helped the Diamondbacks tally 2 in the 9th and 2 in the 12th. But here at the 13th, it's up to Caminero, the third man, to try to save it. Jake Lamb drawing a pair of walks. Nothing in one on Lamb. Playable for McCutchen. 1 out in the 13th.
Thank goodness we got one hit at somebody.
It has been a wild game.
That ball hit pretty well. That could have been in a gap and put the tying run at second again. This is just a crazy afternoon.
We're being told that the last time that the Pirates had 3 chances like this to save it, you got to go back almost 8 years ago in a game at Great American Ballpark. Strike 1 to Patrick Corbin, who is pinch hitting. The Diamondbacks literally have 2 players left on their entire roster who have not appeared in this game.
When's the last time you saw a game where 2 different, well, actually 3 pitchers pinch hit? That doesn't happen every day.
.43 of the available 50 players in this game, and Corbin strikes out. And now an out away, perhaps finally, from victory.
Hopefully. I don't want to get too excited yet, though.
So let's see. Corbin, the pinch hitter, now followed by the left fielder, Shelby Miller. Both pitchers. An out away. The 2 teams have combined to throw more than 500 pitches tonight. And strike 1 on Miller. The pitch, and low, a ball and a strike. Shelby Miller had to come in and play left field because Nick Ahmed was ejected last inning for arguing balls and strikes. Runner takes second. Castillo, I beg your pardon.
Like Ahmed probably learned a little lesson. Something he'll remember. When your team is out of players, you got to keep your head. Not that he went crazy or anything, but still, that scenario there, you got to walk away.
1-2. Strike 3 call, and the Pirates hold on and win.
What a great game to win. Like when you get in these crazy battles like this, and it's just horrible if you go away the loser in it, but now you can like really savor it, enjoy it. There'll be all kinds of laughter in the clubhouse and on the airplane.
3rd time's a charm. Caminero saves it in the 13th on a night where we saw 43 players and more than 500 pitches thrown. A game that lasted nearly 5.5 hours. The Pirates prevail in 13 innings in the final 12-10 here in Phoenix. Let's go to Paul Antique.
Final totals for today's game. For the Pittsburgh Pirates, 12 runs, 20 hits, no errors. For the Arizona Diamondbacks, 10 runs, 15 hits, 2 errors. Winning pitcher for Pittsburgh, Neftali Feliz. Losing pitcher for the D-backs, Evan Marshall. Credit